Everybody. Good morning. Calling to order the September MTA Board Meeting. Paige, General Counsel, do we have a quorum?
Good morning. Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay, thanks, Paige. Before we hear from public speakers, may we have the safety announcement?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Okay, thank you. Danny, may we hear from the public speakers?
Yes, good morning, Chairman, and welcome to the MTA Board's public meeting comment session. Today we will hear from public speakers both remotely and in person. We have 34 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Tasha Larabores, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabores. I'm a community organizer for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. There seemed to have been a need to, I noticed the need to mention the percentage of paratransit satisfaction, yet no mention on what to do about the remaining percentage or about the 100% dissatisfied paratransit consumers in this very room. Situations described before you every month, such as issues with broker service drivers. Now we have the situation in regards to lack of affordability with phase 2 of on-demand. When the remaining percentage of riders express their concerns, their dissatisfaction, it's not just about statistics. It's about a call for action. We must ensure that every single passenger receives the level of service that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Felicia Park-Rogers over Zoom.
Yes, in regards to the Long Island Railroad, had problems with them because with people with problems, they had on tracks 6 and 7, they had a digital screen with large print for people to see the trains coming and going. But after February 27th, they pulled that out. And then for tracks, Brooklyn trains, it was always on tracks 2 and 3 east to connect. But now where it's hard to connect. Even if it tracks 2 and 3, like 24 after us, it always was able to connect between Penn Station and Brooklyn. But now it's like, it's hit and miss. You can't connect or you'll end up with another 20 minutes. So it makes a hard connection for the Cessna ride once we all get to them. So this is something that should change back to the way it always was, be able to connect automatically to make things easy for people. And that the also 11-12 is no good to us for Brooklyn. It should be left for the Grand Central for coming and going. People always in a hurry to go back and forth to the trains and the planes. That's what it really should be for that thing. Plus, the fact for Brooklyn, we had our own trains out to Long Island. We didn't have to switch that much to Jamaica if we really had to. But they changed and made a big mess of it. I'm sorry. Then for a Cessna ride, they need to do more improvement, more rides for single riders, for going into work. Because it's like, right now I'm on a share ride, and I'm getting to work very late. after my time probably dropped off at, totally off, even up to 2 hours, even more. Because I picked up at 8:30. I picked up almost at 10 o'clock. It's ridiculous. I need to change that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Felicia Park-Rogers, followed by Kim Theodore.
Hello, I'm Felicia Park-Rogers of Tri-State Transportation Campaign, working for 30 years to improve mobility, equity, and the environment across the Tri-State region. I'm here to state our continued support for New York Central Business District tolling program. We would like to express our strong support for the use of bridge and tunnel toll credits to be included as part of the TMRB and MTA's tolling recommendations. Crediting bridge and tunnel tolls can significantly reduce excess travel, particularly through environmental justice communities. It is incredibly important for the TMRB, the state, and the MTA to ensure the implementation of congestion pricing and that it is equitable, that no communities are disproportionately impacted by toll shopping to the greatest extent possible. As it currently stands, about 2/3 of drivers enter the CBD for free, while about 1/3 pay a variety of different toll rates depending on the route used. This increases traffic congestion in neighborhoods that host the free crossings, causing substantial health and environmental impacts. Ideally, the congestion pricing program would try to avoid a CBD tolling system that would not only maintain existing toll shopping, but likely increase it. While much of the focus of toll credits has been on the Hudson River crossings, we believe that toll shopping could be even more significant on the East River crossings, with congestion and vehicular emissions increasing in neighborhoods surrounding the free bridges. In order to do this, the congestion pricing program will need to apply toll credits or offsets to reduce any incentive to drive further to avoid a particular toll as much as possible. This will require looking at the total cost of trips and to consider MTA and Port Authority tolls rather than simply looking at the congestion pricing charge in isolation. Working to achieve cost equalization between bridges and tunnels entering the Manhattan CBD will allow drivers to use the most efficient crossing without the need for toll shopping, allowing for more even, equitable flow of traffic into the area. In addition, we support a for-hire vehicle per ride surcharge rather than a daily toll. Thank you so much for your dedication to this important issue.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Kim Theodore, followed by John Padula.
Hi, my name is Kim Theodore. I am here to speak on the eHealth program, this second phase, and how it has impacted myself and other people in the disability community. Between the costs and the way things are run right now, it has made a significant impact on our finances, how we get around, and it's made our lives very, very difficult. As you already know, people with disabilities already have a difficult life getting around, doing things that they need to do. And the original eHealth program made it very, very easy for us to at least get from point A to point B. Now it has made it very difficult financially, physically, and the amount of stress that most people are dealing with. As a mental health professional, I have seen it, I have heard it, and I'm just calling for a return to the original plan and the original cost, because the extra $4 and some people are paying after $25. This is New York City. After $25 can get you down the block, let alone anywhere else. So we're calling for the original way that the MTA had the eHealth program, where we can actually go from borough to borough without having to pay so much money. It has been a hardship on myself, and I work. So I cannot imagine what it's doing to other people who don't. So please return back to the other way, and we would greatly appreciate it. It made our lives so much easier. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be John Padula, followed by Vincent Padula.
Gotcha. Wait, where am I? Here I am. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula, and I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Jano, I'm here this morning in the name of fairness, in the name of equity. First things first, what I think the folks in finance don't understand is that as a person with a disability, I'm going to do whatever it takes for me to be successful. What gets lost in the spreadsheets in the midst of all the bean counting is that I'm going to take as many trips as I need to live my best blind life. And forcing me to use traditional service, traditional access ride, doesn't save this agency money. It costs you more money for less. You're spending more for less. So 3 things. First, ladies and gentlemen of the board, we need you guys to take an interest in this. Wasn't there some sort of committee or working group before COVID? And you hear the same thing month after month. I sound like a broken record. I'm like on repeat. Please, ladies and gentlemen of the board, take an interest. You gotta support Chris and Accessoride. He's trying, but without support from above, from you guys to allow him to do what he needs to do, the needle isn't gonna move all that much, okay? Jano, if I worked for you, how many times a week could I show up 30 minutes late? How is 30 minutes a reasonable measure of on-time performance? It's not, it's a joke. Where is the 20-minute window that I've been hearing about for the last year? Let's implement at least a 20-minute window. Let's get that going. Finally, 3, phase 2 is problematic because it's costing people money, but I will say Uber and Lyft have been a godsend. You can get a car whenever you want. CTG and Co-op Ride are a disaster. Don't have time to talk about that. But we need a greater subsidy for phase 3. I should be able to get in and out of Manhattan reasonably. You should charge us a fair fare for a fair ride that gives us the same freedom to move around the city like any other person. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Vincent Padula, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Okay. This is good? Okay. Again, following up with my brother John, Vincent Padula. And I appreciate John's comments because they're accurate. So just give you a quick couple things. This morning, if I wanted to speak, I had a couple options. I used Accessoride. Professional they called me at 8:45, 10 to 9, about half hour after, thinking, oh, are you still ready? And I already had to call and fight for a taxi authorization. Now, I could have used my on-demand program. So the on-demand program would have cost me $25 to get here. And since I was given a taxi, I chose to use a taxi without my on-demand subsidy because I would be losing one of my 40 trips. So it cost me $54 to get here so that I can have the right as an American, as a citizen here in New York. With the MTA, you're getting federal funds. There's a lot of things. I understand it. My friend in Chicago had to do a class action suit. And we're looking at Part 37 of Title I of the federal, the paratransit code, and we're supposed to have on-demand service same day. So this pilot program isn't something special. It's something that falls out of the sky. That it's premium service. I never got a glass of champagne in one of my vehicles. Sorry to say, never did it. But I will tell you what's been happening. So I've got back to Stressor Ride. So now I'm back to vehicles. Now I'm back to calling, begging for taxi authorizations. And CTG started out good. They were sending cars. Now they're sending bigger vehicles so they could load more people in that are wheelchair accessible. And they're girders, steel girders that my guide dog falls in. And now not only am I stressed, my guide dog is stressed. So talking to Chris, he's saying, well, you have to use your traditional service. The on-demand stuff is just for the special, Friday night, go out and something. But I got to get to work. It would cost me $2,000 a month to get to work. And I can't afford this on-demand program, and I can't use the program that has how it used to be. And now you're paying for both. So anyway, please revise the program. We need something more equitable. I agree.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Patrick Howard.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. Unfortunately, guys, the 63rd Street track work on the F is in Fish line, E is in Egg line, and R is in Romeo line on the Queens Boulevard corridor has been a complete disaster. You guys said that y'all were going to be increasing the R train service to every 8 minutes or so. Well, guess what? People are waiting 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and this is during rush hour in the morning and in the evenings. This is ridiculous. So what we're proposing to you guys, and we've been saying this all along, is you need to extend the G as in George train from Port Square to 71st Street, 71st Street, Forest Hills at, during rush hours and at all times. The PA system, the public address system at 63rd and Lex does not work. I was there helping people along with Jack. We were helping tons of customers overnight. And, because nobody was there to help them. And they didn't know what was going on. The 21st Street Queensbridge Station and Roosevelt Island should be fare free, as well as the Q102 bus, because that is the only way on and off the island. And what's happening is many times when people need a GO ticket, unfortunately, when they go to the station agent's booth, there's no station agent there because the station agent is either on a break or went to the restroom. So y'all need to have permanent station agents there. Y'all should have like 2 or 3 agents there so that when people are coming out, they can get the GO ticket. And some people have 3-leg trips, even with the paper ride Metro card. So y'all need to consider that. And again, with all the crime going on in the subways are not safe. And as far as the breaking of windows, that's unacceptable on the subway. But at the same time, MT employees deserve to be safe on the subway system. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Patrick Howard, followed by Robert Cifarelli.
Good morning, members of the MTA Board. My name is Patrick Howard. I am the president of the Transport Workers Union of America, Local 2001. I represent the working people that clean and repair Metro-North's rail equipment. These men and women provide a safe and comfortable ride to commuters on all 3 operating lines. I'm here today to set the record straight. MTA CEO Jano Lieber has lied to extract concessions from my members. I have been dedicated and loyal employee of Metro-North for over 28 years. Presently, I have been told that I'm not even allowed to step foot on the property to speak to my own members to update them on contract negotiations. This aggressive behavior is nothing more than a bullying tactic by Mr. Lieber to keep his lies hidden. You see, the MTA has asserted that in the 2019 TW Local 100 contract that the union had a concession related to elevators. They then demanded to us to give up a so-called equal amount to match it. It has now been proven that Local 100 never made or agreed to any such concessions with the MTA, but nonetheless, the MTA sold this lie to the other rail unions and extracted these concessions. This is wage theft, highway robbery. Instead of being silent, this MTA board should be demanding Mr. Lieber's resignation. Mr. Lieber, you have lied to MTA workers and have been caught. Mark my words, exposing you as a fraud and a liar is only the beginning of this battle. If these falsehoods continue, the TW members at Metro-North are prepared and willing to strike to shut down the railroad. The members of the TW reject your lies and your deceit. I will finish with this quote from a famous politician. If you exploit your employees, you will face the consequences. The Jano fraud ends here.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Robert Cifarelli, followed by Gary Criscolo.
Good morning, board members. My name is Robert Cifarelli. I'm a 15-year car inspector at Metro-North. I'm also the proud president of Local 2055 out of New Haven, Connecticut. I recently was threatened by a Stanford-based superintendent for exercising my rights as a union leader to speak with and educate our membership at an off-property membership meeting. This is downright appalling, and our members are disgusted by the deceit coming from both the MTA, CEO Jano Lieber, and Metro-North President Catherine Rinaldi. In fact, they have successfully lied to other unions on the Metro-North property, but they cannot sell this lie to TW members. We know the truth. Our sister, TW Local 100, never accepted anything less than what was written in their contract. Our members at 2055 are not asking for much. We only want the pay and benefits that we have worked for and deserve. Our contract has been expired since 2019. Without an agreement, we will abide by the National Mediation Board process. When we are released from mediation, make no mistake, we will lawfully exercise our right to strike and shut down that railroad. I urge Governor Hochul to direct her political appointed CEO chair to stop lying, stop the deceit, and stop assuming TWU will accept any economic concession from this authority. I stand with our members and the members of TWU Local 2001. We will fight JANO fraud to the end. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Gary Criscolo, followed by Patrick Flannery.
Good morning. My name is Gary Criscolo. I'm a 10-year coach cleaner at Metro North Railroad based in New Haven, Connecticut. You called me a hero. You said I was essential. But when it came time to negotiate a fair contract, you lied. During COVID-19, we cleaned and sanitized Metro North rail cars to make sure they were safe for passengers. We kept stations clean. We kept this railroad operational at our own peril. Many of you worked from the safety of your home, but we could not. We prayed our PPE would keep us safe day in and day out. We were terrified of bringing this deadly virus home to our families. I lost coworkers and friends to COVID-19, good, hardworking people who died working for Metro North Railroad. Died. Tell me, Chairman Lieber, were you one of the people banging pots and pans at 7 p.m. every evening, hanging out of your window to thank us essential workers? Or was it during that phony act of concern that you came up with this scheme to defraud railroad workers? Your negotiator repeatedly lied that TW Local 100 established a pattern of concessions. Will you continue that lie of garbage at our next session? Or will you craft another bald-faced lie? Because we have heard that you are now claiming another pattern of concessions, one totally different from the first lies that you peddled. You and the MTA are now telling new lies to cover up old lies. Real shocker, total joke. Whatever falsehoods you may concoct in the future are between you and God. I just ask one simple favor. One, don't ever get up and call us heroes or essential workers again. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Patrick Flannery, followed by Monique Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Patrick Flannery, and I am the Executive Vice President of Transport Workers Union of America, Local 2001 Railroad Division. Janno Lieber and the MTA have lied to thousands of commuter rail workers and gotten caught. Everybody knows it is now, including the governor and the federal mediator. Janno's MTA has been nailed in so many lies to the federal mediator that it is comical and quite embarrassing. If Janno Lieber had any respect for Governor Kathy Hochul, you would resign before you cause her irreparable harm, before the forensic auditors come in and find out what kind of scam you're running here. In truth, Janno was given dozens of chances to settle this contract quietly, without exposing his own shame and without fanfare. But his own bloated ego stood in the way. Political appointees are supposed to protect their bosses. Instead, you determined that your ego was more important than telling the truth to the governor. But she found out the truth anyway, despite the repeated lies you told her. In the end, you are not going to beat the Transport Workers Union of America. The truth is on our side, and we are not going to stop fighting. Thank you, and you should resign like in 15 minutes.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Monique Johnson, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here to talk about the elevators. the elevators are in the bad and worst condition. Monday when I couldn't accessorize, said that I wasn't staying outside, and I was, and they just left. I had to find my way on the train station. I went to the 2 train on Hoy Street, out of service. I walked down to J Street, out of service. I walked to the R train, out of service. What do we do then when we can't get a call from Accessoride and they said that we are not downstairs, and we are? I also like to, I don't call myself disabled, I call myself under construction. And I need you to construct these elevators so I can be able to act just like y'all when y'all ride them, to be able to go on the elevator to any destination that I need to go without worrying, am I gonna be able to make it home? Or do I have to get off this stop and redesignate to where I have to go? Another thing, CUC, stand for communication, unity, and community. And we all come together and stop trying to one up on one another and come together and communicate and use the unity and communication skills in the community, then we'll get somewhere. Stop looking at us and until you're in this predicament, you don't know what we go through on a daily basis. You have no idea. Let's communicate. Let's unite with each other. Let's get the community involved, and let's see how we can solve these problems, because they've been on too long for too many years. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Elizabeth Valdez. Over Zoom.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA or PCAC. On Monday, we heard exciting news about the pace of elevator installations in stations around New York City. Yesterday marked the first time a Staten Island railway station was made accessible with elevators. These aren't just any elevators, they're equipped with technology-enhanced safety features. Later this week, we'll hear about more projects. Yeah, we have a long way to go to make 95% of stations accessible by 2055, but we're finally seeing a pace of installations that makes it realistic. And that's good news for riders. Come on, Mets Willets Point. In the coming weeks, we'll see the 20-year needs assessment, which will provide the path to the next capital plan. The fusion of state of good repair work, station enhancements and accessibility work, network expansion plans, and safety and reliability projects will ensure a smoother ride, including new train cars and buses. All transit is local, and everyone wants their voices heard. So we're looking forward to robust public comment periods. The tie that binds us all together is congestion pricing. It will help provide a big chunk of the funding to pay for the projects that will ensure we have a 21st century transit system for our 21st century region. Getting people out of their cars means that transit must be the more attractive alternative, aside from the obvious benefits of cleaner air, less traffic, and funding for critical improvement projects. Meeting the demands of increasing ridership is key, and the service increases announced for weekend and off-peak travel on subways is an excellent start. The fare-free bus routes that are starting on Sunday will offer a lifeline to people who may not be able to afford the fare, though we must note that not all transit is free, of course. Thanks to the governor and legislature for providing the necessary funding in the budget. Our thanks also go to Kathy Rinaldi, for the unfathomable amount of work you put in on 2 railroads. Your efforts were and are appreciated. We also look forward to working with Rob Free in his new role at the Long Island Railroad. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Elizabeth Valdez, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Valdez. I am the Systems Advocate at Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, or BCID. The first phase of the on-demand accessoride program was a great convenience for people who have physical disabilities or have other disabilities and can't rely entirely on public transportation. After all, we all know that the subways are decades away from fully accommodating people who have mobility impairments in particular. But phase 2 of the on-demand program limits the number of rides participants can take and increases the price, making it a much less useful program.
The great program you had that gave people with disabilities the unlimited freedom to travel freely in New York City is now dead. Your constituents have been contacting me and letting me know that even if they do not exceed the subsidized amount, they're still paying an extra $1.10 a trip. That means that if they take their allotted 25 trips, they're paying $27.50 more a month. And if they're in their 40 ride month program, they're paying an extra $44 a month. That cuts deep into their budget. The increase is unfair, and we urge you to reduce the fare to $2.90, which is for other accessory riders. Overall, we urge you again to revise phase 2 of the on-demand program so that it actually works for New Yorkers like me who just want to get to their jobs, school, or visit their friends like everyone else. I mentioned subway accessibility earlier. Last year, you finally agreed to put in subway elevators around the system. That settled 2 lawsuits my organization, BCID, was involved in. Yet 1 lawsuit remains, and you still are hiring high-priced outside lawyers to battle us. It's time that common sense prevails at the MTA. Settle our subway maintenance lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Deborah Greif.
Good morning, everyone. Live here in person. And just, I hope everyone's doing well. First, I do want to thank our MTA police who have been really helping during when we had the opening yesterday. I want to thank them so much. And Chief, you did MTA police, I really do appreciate because they do assist people with disabilities at Atlantic Terminal. So I do want to thank you. And MTA police and NYPD, thank you for Transit 34 during the parade of trains. We did catch a lot of people that are not supposed to be on the track, but responded very, very quickly. So things are going to get done, but I remind everyone that disability still continues. Elevators, ramps, if we do get ramps, but either way, we still need to make clear that, yes, fix our elevators is one, but everyone forgot. We need to make sure they're clean. The one thing is cleaning the elevators, because certain stations, I do put them into the My MTA app, put them into the log, but it's not easy for our MTA cleaners because at the same time we have to work together to keep the maintaining of the elevators clean, healthier, and make sure the cameras are working. So those things we need to make sure. Also, in the futures, as we continue advocating getting more accessibilities from buses, subways, and railroads, we need to remind that we have staff out there, Long Island Cares and Metro North Cares. And I will be working with the new acting president for Long Island Railroad because I know he's going to be an excellent person to work with. And we will continue working with him all the way for accessibility for all railroads, from Long Island Railroad from one end to the other. But very important thing is we need to make very clear when we do talk about any combo stuff, can we please make sure accessorized GPS systems are working properly. There are still has some minor glitches. So we do need to make sure those are fixed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Deborah Greif, followed by Miriam Fisher on Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Chief, I want to thank your police because this morning, as this is the usual thing that happens to me, I have my card that can I have 2 accessible cards. I am a tester for the Omni, but I also have my card for the gate, the auto gate. As usual, this woman with a baby stroller thought she could push me and go through. Now, in the past, a couple of cops stopped me and said that I said, I don't know this person. So now I've gotten, since I am very happy you have cameras around with mics, I say out loud, you are not related to me. How dare you push me? And I'm not paying for your ride. Now, this needs to stop for me and others. I'm not the only person with disabilities that it has had done to them. It is not right. I pay correctly. And also there are times I can't get out because they're in the front of the gate and I have to wait because they're acting like, oh, here, I'll hold the door for you. No, you're trying to use me to get into the system for free. That's not my fault, and I'm in danger. So I appreciate when the cops do assist me because if situations were reversed, I trained my child not to do that, and others. I told them no. But also we need to make videos for service announcements for people with disabilities. Why? I'm sick and tired of people who don't, and I know they're hidden disabilities, but they think they can push ahead of me or the person with the wheelchair so they can get on the elevator first, claiming they're going to help us, and they push the close button. Also, when it comes to the bus driver trying to put the ramp out, I don't know how many people jumped, the driver had to put the ramp back up because he almost hit the person. That's not the driver's fault, and his safety is in danger as well as mine. So we need to do more filming and training of the public who doesn't know what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by Teresa Harris.
Am I unmuted now?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Miriam Fisher, and I'm supporting my colleagues who were disability advocates and activists and asking for better maintenance and to settle the lawsuit on the elevators. 34 of elevators outages at any given time, 33 escalators have been reported by council members Keith Bowers and Sanchez of 2023 out of order. Here is an example of also being able to notify people in real time. I don't know how visible it is, but in New York, we have digital signs that tell us to the minute when the next train is coming, but we don't have signs when an elevator is out. This is from Washington, D.C. It says, not that visible, but it says elevator outage. We don't have that in New York. We know to the minute when the next trains are coming now for digital signs, which I appreciate, but people need in real time notice of elevator outage on the trains platforms. Utilize the new program of staff previously confined to booths who will now be circulating, relay announcements to speaker, develop clear guidelines for them to help stranded riders dependent on elevators. There are announcements on the train when the train is switching at the last minute from local to express, which gets communicated, skipping expected stops, announcements when the next station has, if it has elevators of where they are, a wonderful improvement, but not of elevator outage. Another issue I'd like to bring up is benches. Removal of benches on many subways, such as 53rd and Lexington, often in stations where homeless congregate.
Please conclude your remarks.
Benches are needed by people with disabilities.
Thank you
seniors,
for
and
your
back.
remarks. Our next speaker will be Teresa Harris, followed by Alita Dupree.
My name is Miss Teresa Harris. I am currently an e-health program and accessoride client. I'm calling on behalf of those two things, and I am stressed because I did start the program for the e-health, actually got in, and I'm blessed and I'm grateful to actually try it out before it even launched. It was the most beautifulest thing ever. I was able to get places on time. I was able to get to funerals. I was able to get to weddings. I was able to go and see my granddaughter be birthed on time. And now with this e-health program, I cannot afford it. I cannot afford it. I cannot afford it. And it's bad. And I feel like my life is being taken away from me, my freedom, as everyone else has freedom to get up and go whenever they feel like it and stuff. I wanted to continue to do that as well with the e-health program. I wish it would go back to where it was, and it gives us this freedom. And I'm speaking on accessoride. I missed a lot of important appointments because I've been on the assessor ride for 5 hours instead of getting there on time. I missed a lot of things waiting 3 or 4 hours trying to figure out how I'm going to get home on public transportation. So I just like to tell y'all, please, please, whoever did this plan is not working. It's not working and we cannot afford it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Michael Ring.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano Lieber and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Really enjoying this shirt. Thank you. And it's true. I did get some fast subway rides, and the trains have been clean. And I've been using elevators and escalators, and they've worked. Haven't gotten stuck in any elevators or anything like that. They get me where I need to go. Because sometimes I'm afraid of elevators and escalators, but they all work for me. So thank you. I did get to ride on a new A train today. Didn't know when I get to see that. It wasn't the open gangway type, but I enjoyed it. And I remember when we got rid of the R32s, and they reminded me of Jerry Rafferty's Home and Dry. But now we have new trains, so it's going to give us new traditions. And I guess I kind of hit the lottery yesterday, and I'm not a gambling person, but I got to ride on one of those new electric buses, that 60-foot bus on I think it was the 12. It ran across 14th and went down to the Williamsburg Bridge. So now I actually can say that I got to use those, and it was fine. So I did get to do some Grand Central Terminal earlier in the week. Hope to do some more of that, and maybe try to do some bridges and tunnels. Have to be very intentional about these plans. And I've been riding buses with Q, letter Q in front of them. I've never been on outer borough buses before, really. Buses are important, and they were fine. And I used Omni, and Omni is fine, and haven't had any issues getting people I know, encouraging them to do Omni. So it's good to be with you here again. We can put some positive energy into this podium. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Jessica Murray.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring. A short visual description, a verbal description will say I'm wearing a green hoodie and a green hat that says Disabled in Action, the name of the organization I'm representing, and I'm a handsome 60-year-old white guy. I've been coming to these meetings for a long time, and I think because I've been coming to them, I got to be in phase 1 of the on-demand program. A lot of other people in phase 1 are a lot of the movers and shakers in the disability community. We were really lucky. Phase 1 allowed spontaneous and unlimited travel. We were able to go to work. People who go to work have to travel spontaneously, and it can't be limited. Phase 2 isn't working for that purpose. It provides limited amounts of travel, limited quantity, and limited distances, and it's also very confusing. I have a master's in social work. It took me a while to figure it out, and I explain it to people, but it doesn't work for a lot of people. I understand it can't work for everyone, but we save you guys money by getting in an on-demand car that we book ourselves as opposed to one of them white and blue vans. We all want to save money. There is another program that's kind of quiet, that hasn't been talked about a lot, the taxi reimbursement program. If something screws up with your Access-a-Ride, you can call up and say, hey, I got to get somewhere, the ride isn't here, I need a taxi, and then you get paid back. And it works within your own borough when you ask for an Access-a-Ride ride, within a borough. Now, I live in Park Slope. The cost of me going to Sheepshead Bay to visit my mother is the same as the cost of me to get here. But I can't come here with the taxi reimbursement program because it's an out-of-borough trip. For people who need to go to work, I would just say simply expand taxi reimbursement so that people who need to travel from borough to borough to go to work can go to work, make money, pay taxes, be productive, like everyone wants to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jessica Murray, followed by Jason Anthony.
My name is Jessica Murray. I'm the chair of the Advisory Committee on Transit Accessibility, and I'm also a member of the Rise and Resist Elevator Action Group. We've been at it for more than 6 years. Today is my birthday. Yay! So I woke up and I've been thinking a lot about the passage of time, and 6 years is a long time, but it's paying off, and it's so exciting to see all the new elevators opening. And I'm really, really genuinely happy that there's so much enthusiasm around these new elevators, and that you've kind of really changed the tune from what it was like 44 years ago, when the very first elevator accessibility lawsuit was filed here in New York City, way before the ADA, a few days before I was born. I'm going to be 76 years old when the elevators, when all the elevators are in all the stations, but it's happening, and it's just like, it just makes me so happy to see it happening. And I really appreciate the love and the pomp and circumstance around every elevator opening. But there are issues in the here and now, and there are a lot of people that can't get around today. And I would love to see some of that same energy be channeled into figuring out a way to make our mass transit work for more people, and make our paratransit part of an ecosystem of transportation here in New York City. And we have ideas. We're just bursting with ideas. Michael Ring, one of our members, had a great idea for announcements on buses this morning that I think we should implement. There's a lot of work to do, and it's hard, it's difficult work. It's not always fun, it's not always exciting, it's not always flashy. Maintenance is not sexy, but we have to do it. What is the point of having elevators if they're not maintained? Can we come to the table and settle this lawsuit and figure out a way that people can get around more easily with the system that we have, with the system that we're building? I don't want to spend another birthday here. Thanks.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Sally Wolf.
Good morning, buenos dias. On the Hispanic Heritage Month, Jason Anthony here, another month. Let's talk about accessibility, like I started on Monday. I got word over this past weekend that several folks got stranded at an event on Sunday, waiting for a accessory ride home for over 3 hours. When I heard that, my reaction was, I had to speak about it. I spoke about it on Monday. I have to mention it again. 3 hours is unacceptable. And it's a disgrace. We need to do better. Especially when unions are involved, we need to communicate better with passengers. And another thing, yesterday we had the opening of the elevator at New Dorp. The first one within Richmond County, better known as Staten Island, the Forgotten Borough. We need more in Staten Island. But obviously, we need all of the 472 elevators to have, let's correct myself, all of the 472 stations to have at least an elevator and or a ramp. Because 2055, I'll have gray hair. And 2055, I'll be either underground or have a gray hair. So let's have an elevator for everybody.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Sally Wolf, followed by Yolanda Elaine.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be back in person. I am Sally Wolf. I live in Flatiron, and I am here as an immunocompromised resident of New York City who would greatly appreciate your consideration for masked sections on cars of trains, or just a masked car on each train. It is still difficult for those of us who struggle with our physical well-being and also the emotional well-being. COVID really took its toll to get around this city safely. It is a privilege for everyone who doesn't need to worry about that anymore, but I am hardly alone. Last week at Rosh Hashanah services, happy and healthy to anyone else who's celebrating, we had asked our synagogue whether there would again be a masked section for those of us who still needed to exercise caution. No, they said, because no one's really asked this year. So my dad and I sent an email. They created a section, and that section was full, not just with our family, but with many others who had chosen to no longer ask because they were tired of hearing no. And there were many more people who stayed on Zoom because they didn't realize that section would exist. The same is true for the trains. Many people, like myself, are opting out of trains when we would otherwise use them. I shared last year that I walked 3 miles each way to Memorial Sloan Kettering in 95-degree heat, 4 miles each way to Sinai. I couldn't do that this summer because one of my cancer medicines caused an impending fracture in my femur. So I spent a couple days in June at HSS getting surgery. But I also had the privilege of being able to take lifts and spend extra money that many others can't afford. I speak not only for myself, but also for others who don't have those privileges. Please hear me. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Yolanda Elaine, followed by Michael Howard.
Good morning. Mr. Lieber, I'd like to ask you a question like I asked on Monday. Would you be in a vehicle with a person driving the vehicle using FaceTime? Would you be in a vehicle, somebody have their foot on the dashboard? Would you be in that vehicle, or would you allow your family member to be in that vehicle? I asked that question. No one was able to answer that question to me as far as and the board members, you'll have a dereliction of duty where it's concerned to accessorize. I was injured August 31st. Until this day, no one from the MTA have asked me what happened, how do I get my injury sorted out. I'm unable to walk now because of that injury. Who's taking care of me? What is going on with the MTA? If I was on a city bus or a subway station, guess what? Or anywhere in New York City subway, someone will be able to come and give me assistance and aid. What about you, board members? What are you doing for accessory? Every month, people come here and complain about certain things, and nothing is being done. But if someone complains about the subway or buses, Metro North or Long Island Railroad, something is being done. Why? Because accessory users in the basement, we don't count. We are citizens just like everybody else in New York City. We pay taxes just like everybody else in New York City. Even pets in America get treated better than accessory users. What is all this? Why can't we get the same safety, all the things that is happening on New York City buses and subways? On Long Island Railroad, Metro North, why can we get the same type treatment? You board members, what are you doing for accessory? Every month, for years, people been complaining. What are you doing? Absolutely nothing. It's about time y'all take your duty and make it important just like the rest of us.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Michael Howard, followed by Robert Acevedo.
Morning, ladies and gents. My name is Michael J. Howard. I prefer Mike. I don't say this too often, but I have a mild intellectual disability. Here's my title for the day: Renewable Heating System in Subway Cars. I'm sorry. What I'm about to say is, Wintertime is coming soon as possible, and summer departure is near. So it's time for the heating system to be renewed on the current classic subway cars from the mid-'70s to the late '80s before they retire in the future. At least the current technology has heat inside the cars, but the R142s, the R143s, and the R160s needs to be tested and turned on by next month. For me to stay warm, just like the R179s and hopefully the R211s. And another thing before I go, the Q113 and the Q114 needs to have transfer announcements on each stop that, like for example, 160th, Arch Avenue 160th needs transfer points. God Brewing Farmers needs transfer points. At least Q111 has transfer points ever since they had the digital information system inside the buses from 2016 that I've been advocating for ever since they first came out. Now they finally got them inside it, and I'm happy. But the transfer points...
Please conclude your remarks.
The transfer points on the Q113 and 114 need to be announced.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Robert Acevedo, followed by Jocelyn Smith.
My name is Robert Acevedo. I am from Disabled in Action. I was at the new trains, the new A trains. And so I will briefly speak on my experience with this A line. As I boarded, I went to the corner of the car, like I always do. And this is kind of similar to a teacher telling a student, go sit in the corner, you disrupted the class. I'm usually sitting on my own away from the other able-bodied passengers. However, I noticed that on the A train, there were decals directing me to sit next to other people. I couldn't believe that. I felt so included. I look forward to having more of these experiences. I hope it extends to other lines. I just want to say thank you to the MTA for finally including me in the subway and making me feel less invisible in my own city. But don't forget that we won't stop watching what you guys are doing. After all, transportation is a human right for all, not just able-bodied people. Thanks.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jocelyn Smith, followed by Sandra Watson over Zoom.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jocelyn Smith of Mobilization for Justice, a member of ARG, the Accessoride Reform Group. Accessoride's on-demand e-hail pilot program had been a game changer for people with disabilities, allowing the same sort of flexibility in making travel plans that other riders enjoy. The program was one of the MTA's most significant steps toward making transit equitable and mitigating the effects of systemic racism and segregation in our city. Moreover, the program provided flexibility to travel to all parts of the city, allowed those who lived far from Manhattan, the nucleus of our city, to travel there as freely as other MTA customers. However, Phase 2 seems to have been put into effect without considering the needs of residents of the outer boroughs who want to or need to travel to Manhattan. If I were a Phase 2 participant and needed to travel from my home in the Rockaways to my office in Lower Manhattan, the cost would be $96.91, far more than the covered $40. What if I wanted to go to the theater, Madison Square Garden, or the Metropolitan Museum of Art? Suppose I'm political and wanted to take part in last weekend's climate change march in Midtown. Or how about if I wanted to see my doctors in Lower Manhattan? Each trip would cost at least double the $40 subsidy. This is not an anomaly. This summer, I reviewed potential Uber trips from assembly districts throughout the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and Upper Manhattan, and found that trips from over 49 districts to 2 Broadway cost over $40. The Phase 2 subsidies of $25 or $40 are obviously too low. Phase 2 does not work for New Yorkers who simply need to get to the same places that other riders can go for $2.90. I am saddened that the MTA has developed a program that is prohibitively expensive to many of its riders and that punishes riders for the parts of the city in which they live.
Thank you for your remarks. Chairman Lieber, we have reached the allotted time for the public comment session. At this time, we ask the remaining registered speakers to stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session. If you are a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, please stand by and wait for further instructions from the moderator. Public speakers in the room, please join us in conference room 4, and thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, thank you to everybody. Thank you to all the public speakers. Before I provide an update to the board, I would like to convene an executive session to allow the board to discuss a series of labor matters. May I have a motion to convene executive session pursuant to state public affairs law? Second, Mr. Chu. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? Okay, we're in executive session.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, You don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning, so that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light-duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains. And it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go to our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As per RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are two different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk up the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
The board discussed and voted affirmatively on labor agreements between the MTA and 2 labor unions. So that business is taken care of. Okay, go to screen. Just getting our AV set up, yeah? Okay. Good morning. Thank you to everybody for joining this month's meeting of the MTA Board, especially to our public speakers. It's our first meeting since July, and it's been a really busy summer. In the last few weeks, we've done a ton of work to advance the 3 top goals that I set for the agency when I became the chair. One is to bring back ridership to support the city's economic rebound in the wake of COVID. Second, to reduce crime and restore riders' sense of safety in our mass transit system. And third, to restore the MTA to financial stability. Okay. Ridership. Since Labor Day, we've been moving in the right direction, and breaking news, just yesterday, we set a whole mess of records for post-pandemic ridership. Yesterday on the subway, we had the highest single-day ridership since COVID, setting a new record with 4.15 million subway trips. This is more than 10% higher than last year and is a 72% ridership level compared to pre-COVID. On Omni, we set a record with 2.28 million taps across the system, highest total since Omni began. Metro North had the equivalent of its highest single-day ridership since COVID with 224,000 riders, 78% of pre-COVID numbers. That's pretty impressive, Kathy. And Long Island Railroad had 241,000 trips, which is almost identical to its high water mark, which was set last Tuesday, 73% versus pre-COVID. So this is where we wanted to be. We wanted to see that surge after Labor Day, and we're starting to experience it. So huge kudos, especially to the folks who operate these systems. Bringing riders back is partly a result of all the work that you have done. I'm looking over at Frank and Demetrius and Chris Pangolinan and Kathy and wherever Rob Free is, and acknowledging amazing leadership to get us to this point. Another positive sign, as Rich and Demetrius reported on Monday, subway usage is especially growing at times of day other than AM and PM peaks. This is what we've been seeing. The discretionary periods are really moving. Midday, evenings, weekends. Saturdays and Sundays are consistently over 80% of pre-COVID. And at the Long Island Railroad, I think we many times hit over 100% of pre-COVID. And we're seeing ridership growth, especially on those lines that are getting more service, that off-peak service that was made possible by the investments that the governor and the legislature made as part of the budget. None of this would have been possible were it not for that extra state funding this year. Now, the idea of increasing service, think about what's going on in the rest of the country. I mean, I think there's an article even today in some publication. The rest of the country, they're cutting peak service. Some cases, they're increasing off-peak. But widely, they're being forced to cut peak service and a great deal of service in order to offset their revenue situation brought on by pre-COVID. Thanks to Governor Hochul and the New York State Legislature, we are not in this position. And the idea of increasing service, as I said, was unthinkable a few months ago when we were fighting tooth and nail just to maintain current levels. You know what else was unthinkable? I'm looking over at Kevin. A couple months ago, it was unthinkable that Wall Street bond rating agencies would be saying the MTA needs to be looked at as an investment on a positive outlook. And yesterday, we got that from Moody's, another huge milestone in the bounce back from COVID. So on behalf of 4 million subway riders and the close to 500,000 people who ride the commuter rails and the folks who ride paratransit and everybody who uses our system, again, need to acknowledge, it doesn't get that much press, but what the governor and the legislature did in this budget session was existential, and they've succeeded in putting the MTA on a solid financial footing. The other thing that we're all so proud of is that riders are coming back to a much safer system. NYPD statistics show that subway crime is down 5% compared to last year and 8% compared to pre-COVID. That's right, we have a significantly less subway crime than we did before the pandemic. We still have disturbing incidents, and in the era of social media, people are going to see those videos and they will have impact, but the tabloid perception that the system is out of control is not accurate. It's not accurate. Think about it. We have 4 million subway riders a day. It's about the same population of the city of Los Angeles. On an average day, we have 4 to 6 NYPD index crimes, the crimes that they monitor. What would LA give for 4 to 6 crimes a day? You can imagine. We're proud of that, and we're proud of the partnership that we have with the chief of the Transit Bureau, Michael Kemper. He was here on Monday. And as he reported, fare evasion and quality of life enforcement is up roughly 50%. Arrests in the same range. And among those arrests are collars of, I think, 15 more folks carrying guns than in the similar period last year. The enforcement on the quality of life front and equitable and across the board, neutral enforcement of fare evasion actually does protect us in the system. We all know that fare evasion is a bigger problem than it used to be, and it's on the buses. And we also know that the bus fare evasion problem has gotten bigger even than the subways, which is why under Rich's leadership, the Eagle teams are now being deployed to local buses for the first time. Remember, Eagle teams are uniformed but unarmed revenue enforcement officers, but they're being supported strategically by Chief Kemper's NYPD Transit Bureau, who are standing by in the areas that we're doing this new Eagle team bus enforcement to make sure there's backup in the event that there are any problems. So kudos to Rich, to Frank, and to Caro, and to Bobby Deal at Transit for developing this plan and putting it together so effectively with the NYPD. We're also taking steps to address the dangerous and deadly trend of teenagers riding outside of subway cars. The MTA teamed up with Chancellor David Banks. David Banks was on our fare evasion blue ribbon panel. He was a big participant, and now we built on this partnership by doing a joint project to have New York City schools, high school students be the focus group for helping us to figure out how to communicate about the issue of subway surfing. And then, as you may have heard in announcements in the subway system, and it's also on our digital screens, we actually have ads put together by New York City high school students for their peers to warn against the dangers of riding outside subway cars. And equally important, we have succeeded after some initial back and forth in persuading the big social media companies to cooperate by developing algorithms that identify subway surfing videos, taking them down promptly, and actually they are giving us space to do advertising on social media against this really dangerous practice. Another area, and I appreciate Jessica Murray's comments from the podium this morning, but another area where we think we're making incredible progress is ADA accessibility. Just yesterday, we opened new elevators at the New Dorp Staten Island Railway Station in Staten Island. It is our 6th ADA completion this year. There are a dozen expected by the end of the year. We have 30 projects underway. We have 67 in this capital program. And because of that historic agreement with the disability advocates, we're going to keep going at the same pace until we make the whole system fully accessible. And we're doing it in keeping with the motto, the C&D motto, faster, better, cheaper. And Jamie and the team at C&D are knocking out projects fast, but they're saving money. And I think we saved money on New Dorp as well as the one that we opened just in recent weeks. So I'm proud that the progress that's being made on cost as well as on schedule and accessibility. Another front where we're saving money is insurance. Jamie and the team have been working with some outside experts for a while, and the result is insurance, which is a much bigger piece of total capital project costs than folks understand, has been significantly reduced to the tune of $400 million just for the current capital program. That's money we can spend on other projects, and I'm thrilled about that. Shanifa is going to be talking to us a little bit today about customer communication, and Lizette Camillo is going to present about hiring. You know, it's no secret the MTA was dealing with hiring freezes for a couple of years. Midori, you were there. We dealt with hiring freezes even before the pandemic. The hiring freeze continued through the pandemic. And it's also no secret that the transformation that took place structurally, administratively with the MTA left the people operation as shambles. I talked about this, I think, in my first board remarks in September of 21. For a while, it felt like we couldn't hire new people. We were really struggling to get that going. And for a while, it was having service impacts. So that, you know, Demetrius and Frank were struggling to staff all the runs on subways and buses. We have overcome that moment of crisis, and Lizette is going to talk about where we are. We have a long way to go still, but big progress. It was clear, and you see an image of it at this job fair at Grand Central that we held a couple weeks ago, where literally thousands of people stood online for a couple of hours. I went and worked the line because we wanted to thank people for their patience. It did take a while for everybody to be seen, but thousands of folks showed up because they want to work at the MTA, and I'm proud that we've got a reputation that pulls people in at that rate. Congestion pricing. The TMRB, that statutory board that is supposed to give us advice on what the tolling structure ought to be, is still working on their proposals and working on building a consensus before they vote on a recommended tolling structure. The vote is going to trigger a statutory process for where the public can weigh in. Again, we've held many hearings, many public hearings, and we've heard from over 50,000 people, both in person and otherwise. But we're going to do it again. And only after that period is over will the MTA board, this board, conduct its final vote. I want to respond to the chatter that we've heard in recent days about whether the city and the MTA are ready for congestion pricing. When people say that we're not, I push back pretty hard. No way. We have plenty of room, excess capacity on the subways, on the buses, and the commuter rails. Only 140,000 people drive to the Central Business District. You wouldn't necessarily know that from the way the coverage works out, but it is barely 10% of commuter rail of commuters into the Central Business District. Our goal is only for 10 to 20% of the people who are driving to switch to transit. That is reflected in the environmental assessment. In a system where we are down a couple of million passengers on mass transit every day versus pre-COVID, we can easily accommodate the total 75,000 or so additional transit riders that the congestion pricing system is projected to generate. We have room for everybody. That said, I want to highlight a couple of things that we're doing that I think is going to help ease the transition to congestion pricing. We are prioritizing accessibility. We want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to use transit. We just spoke about the pace at which we're doing accessibility projects and elevator projects. That is a priority. We're also increasing subway service. We keep talking about this. Rich has made it a highlight of his leadership throughout the day and throughout all of these off-peak periods. We're advancing the signaling program, which was intended to give us the capacity to run more trains closer together safely. And the kind of service you're getting on the number 7 line and on the L line speaks to what we can have as we continue to advance re-signaling. We're in the middle of redesigning the entire bus system to make it move faster with demonstrated success already in Staten Island and the Bronx. And we are working with the city to install new bus lanes and busways and to expand the use of automated bus camera enforcement to make buses move faster. We are dependent on the city for a piece of the strategy of accelerating bus speeds, but we are doing everything to make that possible. And I think everybody here knows, because we certainly talk about it enough, on the Long Island Railroad, we have expanded service by 40% due to the opening of Grand Central Madison and Third Track. So there is a lot of room in our mass transit system, but there's been a lot of work done, and there continues to be work done to grow its capacity even further. And none of this that I've talked about even includes the unprecedented action we're taking to make the system more affordable. People have been talking for years about making the commuter railroads more available and affordable to people who live inside the city of New York. And we're doing it. As I said, the Long Island Railroad service volume is up 40%, but now we have City Ticket, a 24/7, 365 program of significantly reduced, virtually half what the fares used to be inside the city of New York. Peak fares of $7 and off-peak fares of $5 wherever you want to go within the 5 boroughs. Total game changer for folks, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, who, for whatever reason, might otherwise be inclined to drive. Monthly ticket holders on the railroads. A lot of discussion about the fare changes and what we're doing with pilots, but the bottom line is that the largest group that we deal with on the commuter railroads, our monthly customers, are getting a 10% discount since 2022. Today, it is cheaper to be a regular commuter on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North than it was in 2015. How many things can you say are cheaper than they were in 2015? Well, being a Long Island Railroad or Metro North customer is in that category. And we did, and always with a nod to board member David Jones, we successfully advocated for growing the eligibility threshold for fair fares. So we're very hopeful and working with the city on ideas for outreach to make sure everybody who's eligible does sign up and get this benefit, to have folks who need and deserve an income-based discount to get that benefit as well. And now it's time to start looking ahead to the future. The next generation of capital projects that are going to help us to expand the network and bring our $1.3 trillion asset. That's the updated value of our system. I don't know how they came up with it, but that was actually done. A $1.3 trillion asset that we're all responsible for, and how do we bring it into a state of good repair? The document that gives us a pathway to do that, the 20-year needs assessment, is going to be out in a couple of weeks. We'll be coming to the board in October to start the process that will take us into the next 2025 to 2029 capital program. This is one of our most important duties as a board, and we're excited to be moving in this direction. So, quick summary, the region's bounce back post-COVID and its future prosperity and its competitiveness with the rest of the world hinges on strong mass transit. At our density, this is what sometimes gets mixed. At our density, which is twice Boston, Chicago, 9 times a Sunbelt city like Phoenix or Houston, New York cannot exist without really strong mass transit. We cannot function. So it's imperative we make the system as frequent, reliable, accessible, and affordable as possible. That is the mission that we all take on every day. So with that, let me close by inviting Rich to talk a little bit about one of our most important colleagues who is coming in towards retirement, and it is the beloved Judy McLean.
Indeed.
Rich.
And I'm going to defer to our committee transit chair just to say a few words, Jana, and I'll close it out if you don't mind.
Please.
So unfortunately, Judy is in vacationing in Paris, a well-deserved vacation in Paris. So she's not here. But it's probably, everyone knows Judy, she's very quiet and she does her great work. But I just wanted to wish her on behalf of everyone in New York City Transit a wonderful retirement. She's been with us for over 25 years. She's worked on all the bus redesign. She's worked on Second Avenue Subway. She does an amazing job. We're sorry to see her go. She was here during COVID. She just took this, the MTA through all the different service plans and schedule changes and she did it with grace and dignity. So I just wanted to wish her well, and we'll get her back here so we can publicly humiliate her with a round of applause. I hope you're listening, Judy. Anyway.
Exactly. I hope she's not.
Right, it's true.
I hope
It's
she's
true. It's true.
enjoying a glass of wine in Paris. Thank you. And I just want to also pile on. This is the first time in my tenure that I've had a senior member of my team leave. I mean, one thing that I've been blessed with, thanks to Jano's leadership, Craig Cipriano before me, and other presidents, was to inherit an excellent team at New York City Transit. Judy is a star among stars, 25 years. And when I thought of her career, it's sort of like from a Dr. Seuss book, where you think of the character carrying 2 trays full of glasses and wondering how that character is not going to crash and burn. Because I think that she's negotiating track time between Demetrius and Tim Mulligan. She's trying to put out more service as requested, but also Kevin Willens is talking to her about the budget. We threw free fares at her and the bus team, obviously, but to come up with the 5 bus routes that were equitable. And as you can imagine, we disappointed 220 bus routes, and we only chose 5. She has been a wizard at making what seems to be seamless not so. To balance all that we have to do. And I'd even mention our labor unions, too, who have opinions about what bus routes should be and what depots. She's also been working with the LR team. To say that her shoes are large to be filled is true. And we will have an opportunity to vet her when she gets back. But folks should just know, the public should just know that there has probably been no stronger advocate that I've met to put more service out for you all than Judy McLean. So we will miss her. You will miss her. We look forward to vetting her when she's back.
Thanks. Moving on to a couple other things. Jamie, Q, would you guys do a presentation on the accessibility program and the progress that's being made?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very excited today to provide the board with an update, more details about the ADA accessibility program, along with my partner and colleague here, ADA's greatest advocate, Camila Arroyo. So we want to cover progress to date this year, and what we're also I'm going to spend some time on what we're doing to contain costs so we can support more investment in the system. Q, of course, will convey some of the realities of what the impact of all this work is for our riders. As of yesterday, as you noted, Chair, we've opened 6 stations this year, with 6 more to go. We started with the Dyckman Street 1 station. By adding an elevator to the northbound platform, we made this station fully accessible, and that was the first station from our first design build package, which is going to be a theme of what I talk about today. Next up was the 8th Avenue station on the N in Sunset Park. This is really amazing. It's one of our fastest elevator projects ever, just 18 months from the award of a design-build contract to complete design and construction and open the new elevator to the southbound platform, which made this station fully accessible. Court Square on the G in Long Island City also opened in July. It similarly took just 18 months to complete. In August, we opened Grand Street on the L in Williamsburg. East 149th Street on the 6th line provides an important accessibility benefit to a neighborhood in the Southeast Bronx, whereas the event we held with the borough president noted we have lots of ADA station improvements planned in the Bronx, as well as improvements in the Southeast Bronx. This is not too far away from where we're building Penn Station Access, the 4 new Metro North stations in the Bronx coming into Penn Station. And yesterday, as was mentioned, we completed the first elevator ADA station in Staten Island, making 6 total accessible stations out of 21 on the Staten Island Railway. Huguenot Station is next. When you add these new stations, it means, to be clear, we've completed 23 stations since 2020. That is a lot. You can see them here. And I don't want to let this moment pass. Q's going to be more articulate about this than I am, without acknowledging that in each of these neighborhoods, the new ADA access we're providing transforms the lives of hundreds, thousands of New Yorkers. It's a really special thing that we're able to accomplish, and we're proud of it. Here's what it looks like on the map, as well as the additional 6 stations that will finish by the end of the year. And we're just getting started. We have another 28 stations currently in construction. We're awarding New York at a very Newark at a very fast pace. We'll award another 16 stations this year. Since 2020, we've awarded contracts for an average of 13 stations a year. In the 35 years before that, we did just a quarter of that pace, as you can see here. All of this is made possible by our historic capital program, which has more stations included than the previous 3 programs combined, made possible by a $5.2 billion investment in subway accessibility within this program. And of course, we've made the commitment to keep going and get to 95% of stations accessible as soon as we can by continuing to maintain these levels of investment in future capital programs. But it's not just about how many stations we're doing or how much money we're investing. It's about, as you mentioned, Chair, getting these projects done better, faster, and cheaper. Last year, we discussed the various cost drivers that impact C&D capital costs and our efforts to benchmark and analyze costs for the purpose of taking real steps toward cost containment. I'll remind the board that the core work in our program, which is state of good repair and some system enhancements, including the ADA work, represents 83% of our current capital program. So while some tend to dwell on the costs of our big mega expansion projects, even lately some projects that we're not even finished planning or even that we're not responsible for building, and we're seeing progress on the work on those mega projects as well, just to be clear, the core program, is where the greatest opportunities are to deliver faster and cheaper. As you can see, state of good repair work is roughly in line with our peers across the country, but we're still working hard on cost containment through innovations. You've seen this slide before. We went through this in a lot of detail. Last December, we're confronting a range of issues that are both within and beyond our control, from the high ridership and the density of our city to challenges that we've had in the past, and it's all an ongoing challenge, managing the scope of projects and how we can best share risk with the contracting community to deliver them. This all comes out in ADA station work, where the elevators themselves, as we've said before, are typically a small part of the project budget compared to the work we need to do to modernize platforms, stairs, structures, and deal with doing all that in a 24/7 system and in busy neighborhoods. Here's the whole list that we showed last year, what we're doing about all that. And I want to take a minute to describe how these measures that we're taking are impacting delivery of ADA stations. Start with the challenges of building in the built environment of New York City, dealing with the dense web of utilities under the streets that plague many infrastructure projects in this city. Rather than letting that slow us down, at Hunter College and 68th Street, which of course is the last of the 100 key stations for ADA accessibility that was identified years ago as priorities, we were able to work closely with the City of New York on a variance that allowed us to safely work around a water line without relocating it. That saved us a lot of time and at least $10 million, leaving aside the cost of schedule or the savings from schedule impacts that would have occurred. The density of the city and real estate values can be a real impediment to getting things done, but we have turned that in our favor in recent years with our transit-oriented development group working in partnership with the Department of City Planning at the city, creating a program called Zoning for Accessibility, which secures station ADA improvements as part of the rezoning process. And you can see here 2 of the many projects that are in the pipeline that will make stations accessible at no cost to the MTA. These 2 improvements represent $30 million at least in value that's provided, again, at no cost to the MTA within the accessibility program. Sourcing materials and equipment is another challenge when we're working at the scale that I've described. By structuring contracts through bundling and alternative delivery models like the P3 that we awarded at the end of last year, we've been able to attract more talented contractors and vendors to work in our system. That makes a huge difference day to day in getting things done. And also introducing greater competition, including, in this case, an additional elevator manufacturer, which is really critical to diversifying the vendors that are supplying those elevators within our system. As we work in our busy system, getting safe access to the track is another unique challenge that drives high costs for force account, which is internal support by all our operating agencies, and not to mention system disruption for our riders. At the Metropolitan Lorimer Complex on the G and L lines, we used construction barriers and other methods of piggybacking work to keep this project on time, even while avoiding 3 weekend and 6 weeknight outages. I always say, and I know my friend Rich agrees with me, you know, that's really the currency of work in our system is outages and labor support for us to do work, the flaggers, the work train conductors. So, you know, we need to minimize that as much as possible so it's not necessary. And we have a great collaboration finding ways to do that creatively. That saves us money and it saves us disruption for our riders. It's really important. Here we were able to do it. And through this and other measures in this first design build ADA package, we saved $60 million versus our estimate for the cost of this work. Good scoping and design is key to minimizing our risk on project delivery, and there are many examples of how our C&D teams have worked together to come up with more constructible designs that save us time and money. I'll just cite 2 here. At Woodhaven Boulevard, you can see here, the team came up with a direct street-to-platform elevator solution that eliminated the need for one elevator and is more convenient for our riders. More on direct-to-platform elevators to come in the near future. And another example, as I mentioned at the committee, Capital Committee on Monday, we made the hard decision to delay awarding the 168th Street project in the heart of a neighborhood and the critical Columbia Presbyterian Healthcare District. We plan to award it this year. We've taken a little bit more time. We're going to award it next year because in this deep station, we were struggling with how to drill a new elevator shaft all the way down deep through hard rock. This would have made this the most expensive ADA station thus far in the program. Instead, our value engineering team has been working and came up with a way to reuse an existing vent shaft for the elevators, which will save us, we think, at least $100 million. So that's the work on scoping. And lastly, we're structuring contracts to maximize our chances of success, as I've mentioned throughout this presentation. We're in the midst of awarding our first progressive design build contract for station component work, which we expect will attract a great team to work with us. And I mentioned earlier, we've pioneered design build, and last year awarded the MTA's first P3, public-private partnership for 8 stations, which came in $138 million under our estimate, and will show us benefits in the long term as we incentivize our contractor to provide a high standard of maintenance. So I want to pass this on to Q to talk about the real impacts of this work, but to summarize, just the innovations that I've talked about in the last few minutes with these few examples add up to over $350 million in savings versus what we would have spent if we hadn't engaged in this cost containment work. Of course, that's hundreds of millions of dollars that we can reinvest in state of good repair, more ADA accessibility, and other priorities for the MTA. And so we're very proud of the work that we're doing within this program. And with that, I want to ask Q to move on to how this really impacts our customers and riders.
Thank you so much for that, Jamie. I'd like to start by like as Jano said, thanking our speakers, and it's not lost on me, Jessica's comment about how OCHO will be when the system is fully accessible. But I don't want us to lose sight of what this capital plan today is doing for riders and lighting up accessible stations throughout the 5 boroughs, like even in Staten Island when we were yesterday. The impact that we're doing is very real, and it is felt and lived every day throughout the city. So let's zoom in into what this work actually means for our New Yorkers and the city, people throughout the city. This photo really puts it all into context. It really talks to, you know, a photo means 1,000 words, and what you see here are the different stakeholders that benefit from our accessibility enhancements. Yes, the persons with people with disabilities, our aging community. New York, for the first time in its history, is getting closer to having more residents over the age of 65 than 5 years old, and that is a direct response. The work that we're doing is a direct response to that demographic. You see here people with disabilities, children, aging New Yorkers, and everyday average New Yorkers, able-bodied New Yorkers like Jamie over here, riding this elevator, riding the subway, utilizing our assets with his friends, families, and cared ones. So where are we today? Sometimes it can be hard to understand the impact of the numbers when we look at the system-wide, or it gets lost between the distinction of award, design, and construction. Every journey has a start and an end. So zooming in on a line will allow us to look at the impact that we're creating in many different ways. As an example, here we have the Canarsie L line, which is a high ridership line servicing big parts of Brooklyn and a small slice of Queens that has a lot of new technology investments, but historically not nearly sufficient investment on accessibility. Just a few short years ago, we had 2 accessible stations in Manhattan and only 2 in Brooklyn, one of which was only accessible in one direction. That meant long gaps of inaccessible transit options, especially in the Brooklyn L line customers, complicated, long, and multiple leg trips to get to work, school, etc., and not a lot of options and reliabilities for those Brooklynites. Where are we today? The Brooklyn L line has a drastic new reality. That has changed tremendously in just the last couple of years alone. All those numbers that Jamie showed about the acceleration of pace of project awards and completions, this is what it looks like for those L line riders. Since 2020 alone, we have lit up 4 stations on that line, completing renovations at the Brooklyn Terminal to bring the Canarsie Rockaway Parkway station fully into compliance, but also closing that gap of inaccessibility and inequalities that I spoke to earlier. Closing that gaps from 5 to 10 stations in between an accessible stop to 4 or fewer. It also means accessible subway service from Williamsburg to Brownsville, and that simply was not the case before. Adding elevators at Livonia Station, for example, unlocks a whole part of the system that was not there before for riders like myself. We're investing in fast-growing neighborhoods and those that have not had the attention they deserved in the past, as we saw yesterday in New York. And as a result here, these connections are not only for the L lines in those communities, but all the lines that merge along that ride. You have over 1 to 2 neighborhoods that are served by these stations and over 10 other lines that intersect along the way here. Where are we going? Finally, this is what the system can look like in just a couple of years from now, if we have the funds to complete the work that we'd like to do here. So you saw where we were, you saw where we are now. This is what the system is going to look like if this capital plan today that we have today is finalized and we're able to create all the change that we want to do. We're now going beyond those coverage of gaps of inequalities and getting to something that looks a lot closer to our ultimate goal. And you've heard it before from Jano, and that is one subway map for all our riders. No more having the accessible station map and the inaccessible station map. That means not just shorter coverage and gaps, but an accessible network that provides the connectivity that is really the magic of the subway systems. There's construction underway right now that will make the whole 14th Street, 6th Avenue complex accessible, including the L, and connections to the 1, 2, 3, F, and M. We're putting in nine elevators at that station alone to provide options for getting around depending on where you're coming from and going to, including 3 accessible street entrances. We're also making the whole Metropolitan Lower Moore complex accessible. And later this year, we will award a project to make the Broadway Junction complex fully accessible, a project that will be truly life-changing for the tens of thousands of daily riders in that crucial hub, and all those who could use that station if it were accessible. Over 65,000 daily riders served at these 3 transfer complexes. And we're meeting and exceeding our goals when it comes to the geographic coverage, equity, transfers, and riders served, with more to come on this line work across the system. We are doing our part here at the MTA, but we need our transit advocates, our community supporters, a lot of whom we heard from today, and all those across the system to join us in ensuring that that happens, so we can continue to deliver improvements like these. And we're getting the work done faster than ever before. And you have our commitment to meet and exceed our goals when we need the continued investments that you have heard of here today. But as you heard me say when I first came to this role, when it comes to accessibility, we're looking well beyond elevators and ramps. My vision for universal access, which includes parents and caregivers with children, visitors with luggage, older adults, that definition is broad. That's why we're doing critical work to make the whole journey easier and more accessible, including for riders with a myriad of different disabilities and access needs. On the left, you see improving the path of travel with fare controls. You're seeing a whole new fare control at Subfin with wide out gates and standard out gates, but a lot more than that. You're seeing at Atlantic more accessibilities. You're seeing new decals showcasing accessible routes for parents and those with strollers with luggage who need level boardings. You're also seeing more indication of accessibility features in the platforms and throughout the station. At 66th Street, you saw the chair and I earlier this summer talking about tactile maps and new wayfinding solutions, which can be translated into native languages so that all New Yorkers and visitors can have access to a state-of-the-art wayfinding system. That's what we're doing today. Lastly, we are delivering impact. We're delivering impact every day for everyday New Yorkers. And I am so proud of that work that we're doing here. Better, faster, and cheaper. Each leg of that three-part stool is equally critical for us at the MTA. In the short time I've been here, I've seen that vision coming together, and that progress is incredible. Faster than ever before, working in tandem with disability advocates, and we know that they will hold us to deliver even faster and better than we are doing today, and we thank them for that. So much is left to do, but we have the right team, the commitment, and the plans to get it done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Q. Thank you for everything you're doing and in tandem with your partner, Jamie, and his team and your team to accomplish all this. Any comments or questions from the board? Midori Vedolivia.
Hi, thank you. So at some point, one, shout out to Avenue H ramp. Thank you so much for that ramp. That's been incredible for my family in particular. But we know that there are millions of families around the world and around New York City that are impacted by that. So really, really excited about seeing those tangible improvements come to light after 2020. So Q, you talked about kind of a broader vision for accessibility. Fully agree, accessibility is not just about mobility, it's also about how we can navigate stations and all that. Can you tell me a little bit of specifics about what else outside of ADA elevators you're looking at in this capital plan, or any specifics about what we can expect with a capital plan, this capital plan?
Actually, Commissioner, thank you so much for that question. You heard me alluding to, if we have a fully funded capital plan, you will be seeing more of this work in the coming years. You will see that gap, that closure of gaps system-wide being closed down, and customers won't be more than 2 stations away from an accessible station. But beyond that, beyond the ADA work that we're planning to do, and this capital plan outlined 67 stations that we were going to make accessible. And we are about halfway through there with awards and completion so far. But beyond that, what I was alluding to was congestion pricing. With congestion pricing, we are looking to fund that $15 billion hole that currently exists in the capital plan. And what that's going to give us is better paratransit, so that our customers in dedicated standard paratransit can get to those destinations. You heard from John Padula, that 20-minute threshold that we'd like to implement. It's going to get us there. We are already there, but it's going to guarantee that we get there for all of our customers. It's going to deliver buses that aren't the slowest buses in the nation like we have here in the Bronx and other parts of the city. It's going to get our customers moving in our bus systems, including our customers with disabilities. New York City Transit was the first transit system in America to have a fully accessible bus network. We are proud of that, but we want to get those customers moving in that fully accessible and reliable bus network system. It's going to get customers with disabilities moving around in more accessible stations. When we're able to complete this plan and make those 67 stations accessible. And lastly, it's going to deliver a more efficient and reliable and predictable transit network. You know, it's going to create a new lung for the city of New York. And actually, just last month, I was principal for the day at a high school a couple of blocks away from here, where students are learning to be first responders. They're literally learning CPRs. And these are black and brown students who live in Brownsville and upper parts of the Bronx, because first responders don't get to their neighborhoods in time. These students in these high schools are learning how to do the job that EMS would normally do because of congestion in our city. That is disgraceful. That is what this capital plan will deliver. It'll deliver emergency workers getting to those disasters. It'll deliver a new lung for the city of New York, and it'll deliver a more reliable and accessible transit system for every New Yorker and tourist.
Thank you. And if I may, Jamie, kind of digging into the ADA elevator work that you're doing and the hundreds of millions of dollars that you've actually saved for us, which is very impressive. It gets to how we're moving full steam ahead with this capital plan, right? But we, of course, time never stops, so we have the next capital plan coming up. And Chair, I know you mentioned the 20-year needs. I don't think I would be speaking out of turn to say I think the board will be, digging in and excited about what the future looks like, what that landscape looks like. I'm particularly interested in methodology. I'm particularly interested in how we're going to weigh the different categories, because there are many things that go into what the MTA template for the capital investment future looks like. So really excited to kind of dig into that. And I think this presentation kind of shows how that early work, the 20-year needs that you're all doing, is really important. So thank you.
Yeah, and may I just say, we should look forward to briefing the board and members of the public on that work very soon. I do also, in terms of the capital program and its funding, I would be remiss if I didn't note that so much of the funding for the ADA program really comes from the support of the federal government, whether through the formula allocations that we get, or we've had some allocations of discretionary grant funding for ADA stations as well. So it's really very much a partnership between us and the federal government on this program, and we're very pleased about that.
Okay, I think Dr. Rizzo and then Mr. Mack and Mr. Chu.
Yeah, thanks so much. Kudos, Jamie and Q, on all of your accomplishments. Really admirable across the board and your respective teams. I was just curious if we could go a bit more granular. Q, I loved how you end the presentation really thinking about the entire disability spectrum. And, I'd like to see if we could zoom in with what you have in mind for the capital plan if fully funded, and how you envision delineating all those allocated funds for different community groups across the disability spectrum.
Sure, Dr. Rizzo, thank you for that. You heard earlier this summer, Jano and I were at Lincoln Center talking about these new definitions for accessibility and the money that we've allocated in this capital plan, where we're right now out on the street redefining accessibility, creating new wayfinding programs for New Yorkers with low vision and who are blind. And those same technologies are going to cross over to immigrant New Yorkers who have limited English proficiencies, who don't speak English, and could also utilize those same wayfinding navigation tools. That money that we're investing for the disability community is being invested in universal access. It's being invested to people who aren't disabled, who could also utilize from those same tools and new definition that we have for accessibility. But to get more granular to your question, the work that we are doing every day is delivering access to all New Yorkers. We were in the Bronx last week, not at a fancy transit hub, not in a business district, in a central business district. We were at an everyday station on 149th Street, making a station accessible for the people of the Bronx so that they can navigate down to their work, to get to school, so that they can move around the city to see their families and loved ones. And so that the they is every New Yorker, not just able-bodied New Yorker. So that is the granular work that we're doing. And we want to do it system-wide. This capital plan provides access to every neighborhood throughout the 5 boroughs, not just Lower Manhattan. You heard me say it yesterday. We're going out to the better boroughs. There's so much to see in Staten Island. There's so much to see in the Bronx. And we're giving all the New Yorkers and the tourists an opportunity to do that. Every single one of them, not just those who are able-bodied and were able to do that. So that's what this plan is doing, and that's what Jano, Jamie, and I are trying to deliver for the city.
Okay, the Q for Something campaign starts right here. There's no truth to the fact that we did 149th Street Station only because it's Paige Graves' home station for where she grew up. No truth to that. But I would add just to Dr. Rizzo's question, every ADA project includes all of the features extending to the variety of disabilities that the ADA recognizes and addresses. So when we do a station, we don't just do the elevators, and Q's been militant about this. We make sure that we're dealing with the whole spectrum, as you pointed out,
Yeah.
of ADA-related issues.
No, I really appreciate that. And I just want to say that, you know, the disability density in New York is truly unprecedented. So it's not just the right thing to do, it's not just the law, but I really think it's good business and it's fantastic for our bottom line.
Mr. Mack.
Yeah. I was impressed, and we got to thank our mayor and his team for cooperating, saving us that money and going around the water main. As you know, and Jano, you know very well, value engineering can save an enormous amount of money on every single accessibility elevator. So let's keep our eye on that. Most important also is the reliability, as you heard with the speakers. Let's not forget that. Thank you.
To that point, because I happen to have the stats in front of me, this month we had on the New York City Transit in-house, the elevators that we own, 97% availability. That's the standard, in excess of the goal. And on the third-party ones, the ones that are owned by other organizations and businesses, some by private co-ops and condominiums, we've pushed that number. And there have been problems, some of them, including the Barclays Center, which really burns me. But we pushed that number from 84% availability a year ago, August 22, up to almost 90% in 2023, and that's an area we're going to keep pushing on. So thank you for the comment, Mr. Mack.
Jano, good show.
Actually, Mr. Chair, could I add to that?
Please.
I'd like to talk about today, Mr. Mack. Today, this morning, before this meeting, we had 20 elevators out of service, out of 351 in the system. And out of those 20 elevators, 12 were out for scheduled maintenance, either preventative maintenance in response to something that happened out there. So that means that out of the entire system, only 8 elevators were out for something unexpected that we didn't know of. 12 for repair, 2 for rehabilitations, 2 for planned work, and 3 for capital replacement. So that maintenance and reliability that the chair just spoke to is going above and beyond the threshold that we're required to do, that we've told the public that we would do, and we are steadfast, laser focused on delivering that service, because I couldn't agree more with you, and we are doing that.
I think Mr. Chu and then Mr. Albert.
Q's got my vote. I would like to know your morning breakfast, because I want whatever. You're on fire today, so thank you for all that. And I do want to take an opportunity, because I don't think we could celebrate it enough. And as someone who's very familiar with the cost of insurance on construction, it's probably cost me a vacation or two, maybe some new sheets over my career. The $400 million is huge, and just that just demonstrates, I think, some of the direction that I think we could all applaud on how we've been going as an agency, and how we've been talking about the budget, and just we are finding ways. This is, you mentioned all the time, the governor, the legislature helped us with this budget, but coming to the table $400 million, which I'm sure was a lot of lawyering and a lot of staff time and a lot of headaches to get done. I don't think we could celebrate that enough. So I'll do it again. And I just want to take the opportunity to echo some of Midori's thoughts, and what the chair mentioned is one of the most important things this board can do, which is consider and send up this 20-year needs assessment. We've had some conversations about it over the past, year or so I've been here, that we're now, considering these projects, from a cost-benefit basis, and now also adding elements of, additional societal and health benefits, which is great. But I think, I'm also very interested in digging in, on the methodology. Think about what we're in a place where we had Grand Central Madison roll out this year in a monumental way. That didn't happen overnight, right? This was decades in the making and many, many touches along the way. And I think the fact that we're now in a position to look at these 20-year needs assessments in a way that's really evaluating all of the benefits is really the right direction. And I speak for myself, and I think others on the board, that we really look forward to, getting to diving deeper in it, making sure we put the best plan together and forward.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, and then Ms. Lopez.
Many of us were excited when the city council and then the mayor signed the zoning for accessibility law. I'm wondering how many stations have been made accessible or are likely or pending being made accessible thanks to that law.
I'm going to get you the exact numbers. Q is reminding me, I think we've got 4 that we've actually approved, but we have a whole lot of applications and a lot of interest. So we'll get you a little more details.
But one of them's a big one, right? There's one that, I mean, the E-train on was 57. 57, yeah.
That's right. I think
So you know, it is a little bit of luck of the draw, right? Which projects are going forward when, but the principle is we've now connected development. If a development's taking place anywhere near a subway station that doesn't have accessibility, there are real incentives in the zoning law, which didn't exist before, for them to make that investment. So that is starting to pick up steam in the development community. Although we all know development, the development pattern in New York has been slowed for a little while, but it is starting to have a real effect. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 quick things. First of all, Jamie and Q, thank you very much for that presentation. And I'm hoping that some of the projects under capital will also include some real-time signage with respect to any elevators that are out of order, as based on the comments brought up by a speaker who joined us virtually earlier today. There's nothing more infuriating to have to get to an elevator and then you realize and you find out the hard way that it's out of order. As a person who is privileged to be physically able to get around however I need to, just imagine how it is for somebody who's wheelchair bound. The other comment, I just want to echo my colleagues on the board with respect to the 20-year needs plan. This is and I'm sure the chairman already mentioned it, this is a legislative mandated report that needs to be done. I appreciate that his staff is organizing briefings for us so that we can have more information. I myself, and I think I've shared this before, I'm very interested to see what projects involve Westchester County, and of course, in the Bronx and Long Island, of course. But I think just in general, I appreciate that we are going to have more time to talk about this and learn more. This is my first time going through this, so I appreciate all the time that we can to dedicate in this. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're really running behind, and I'm calling a little bit of an audible with the cooperation of my great colleague Lizette Camillo. We're going to do the presentation on customer service, but leave till next month the presentation on the people department, which, as I said, is moving in a great direction, but is a work in progress. Just in the interest of time. So having no other comments or questions from the board, I think I'll turn it over to Shanifa. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I've joined the MTA, there's been many conversations and sometimes debates about the effectiveness of transformation. So I would have to say for myself, and Rich was, trying to debate me this morning still about the topic. But I would have to say for myself, the merger of the customer service team and the service communication department has been one of these success stories that I can say firsthand that I've witnessed. We're talking about combining different groups of dedicated employees from across various agencies and departments and putting them together to operate in the best interest of our customers. The chairman recently sat down with key members of our team and heard firsthand the progress that we've been making over the last couple years and how we've adopted this high-touched approach to address our customer needs and concerns. So just by way of background, the customer service team serves as the most central point of contact for all of our customers. We're talking about whether those customers call, call in, send emails, use snail mail, or use our online customer forms. We are here to assist. Last year alone, we collectively came into interactions with 1.4 million customers, and that's across New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. So that is a huge accomplishment, which you'll hear a little bit more of. The service communication arm primarily deals with service alerts and advisories, and of course respond to those chats and social media exchanges that we all pay attention to. Recently, the team rolled out a new robust way to encourage customers to be more aware of service disruptions way before they leave their house so they can plan accordingly, and Kevin will go into that in a little bit. But enhancing the customer experience and keeping our customer informed is the foremost mission that the team comes into this building and other areas day in and day out, and that is the fundamental component. So that is something that we sort of eat, sleep, and drink and believe in. And we want to thank the board for their investment, which has brought in new technology upgrades and real tools that have made that commitment a reality. I can go on and on and on and talk about the great accomplishments that the team continue to do day in and day out, but I've asked them to sort of prepare a brief video, sort of a day in the life of our New York City Transit Contact Center that is in this building, so you can see firsthand some of their daily experience. So please turn your attention to the video screens.
Hello, this is Stark speaking, MTA, comments and concerns. How can I help you?
The Customer Services Contact Center at New York City Transit, Metro North, and Long Island Railroad handle about 1.4 million calls, emails, and chat from customers a year. And we are on track to exceed that number in 2023. At our largest group, New York City Transit, we currently have 44 agents, and our hours are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Customers call us for everything, from travel directions, questions about Omni, or if they lost something in our system.
In the past, our wait times to speak to a representative were less than desirable. Last year, we implemented Genesis CCAS, which covers our contact centers across the MTA, and the Salesforce Customer Relationship Management System, or as we call her, CASI. By leveraging these combined technologies, the average call wait time is down to around 2 minutes, which is a substantial improvement.
As core volume clients' productivity has also improved with additional tools at their fingertips, our agents have an easier time providing information because of the integration with CASI.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Mr. Mitchell from New York City Transit. May we help you? You're traveling in a wheelchair and need an accessible trip? Of course. Let me help you with your traveling plans. The integration lets us quickly see who the customer is, if they already have an account or have called us previously. Then we can handle their questions in a more timely manner. Another really big innovation is that anytime we need to document a customer's call, we can do it in the same system. If their issue needs to be escalated, we enter it into CASI for the customer engagement team.
Once our team gets the case, we evaluate it, determine the best course of action to take, and follow up to make sure that the problem gets investigated and addressed. CASI also has reporting and dashboard tools that enable us, along with supervision and field staff throughout the agency, to collect and visually display customer feedback in a way that we've never had before. We also have a global search tool that allows us to look up anything in our system related to a customer, a station, or really any topic.
The new system also brought us a robust interactive voice response, known as IVR, so our customers can self-serve on a lot of issues like lost and found inquiries or travel information.
One of the great things about our new CCAS and CASI systems is we moved all of the MTA customer services contact and engagement centers onto this new technology, including those at Metro North and Long Island Railroad. This allows us to understand the customer journey like never before. We are here to make sure we continue to move forward by putting our customers at the center of all of our business decisions.
There are A lot of the folks who were in that video are in this room, and I just
Yeah.
got to say, kudos to all of you, because we know what you do, and you're pretty good movie stars as well. So thank you.
And to build on that a little more, I have two of my colleagues who will sort of dive a little deeper into, their departments and the day-to-day and the things that they are doing to enhance the customer experience. So first, let me introduce Senior Director of the Customer Service Team, Chris Papandreou.
Good afternoon to my esteemed colleagues and members of this board. Thank you, Shanifa Riera, for your leadership, and thank you, Chair Lieber, for your support and for the opportunity to showcase the expertise and professionalism of the MTA Customer Services team. It's an honor to be here today, and now let me just tell you a little bit more about us. So, we are the primary point of contact for the lion's share of New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North customers. As the video showcased, our contact center reps are at their desks handling phone calls and train time chat from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day to assist customers. Our customer engagement team handles print, electronic correspondence, including all the items received through our online feedback form, in addition to escalated phone chat and social media interactions. And as you heard earlier, in the last year, we handled more than 1.4 million calls, emails, letters, and chats, and we expect to exceed that number this year. Now, how we're changing. Moving forward, customer service is dedicated to utilizing creativity to find better ways to connect with customers. Towards that end, we introduced innovative training pods, small group meetings where contact center staff review calls and role play to improve our customer interactions. This provides staff with ways to share common strategies to communicate with our customers and solve some of the more complex issues that come up into their day-to-day work. Always striving to improve that customer experience, we developed a program and strategy for connecting customers directly to our leadership team and agency presidents right at their home stations. Special thanks to President Rich Davey and Kathy Rinaldi and their respective leadership teams for hosting these informal meet and greets throughout the MTA system, including the Transit Talks, Bus Talks, and Connect With Us events. Through these outreach efforts, we've helped move the needle in getting customers signed up for important programs like New York City's Fair Fares Initiative, which assists income-eligible customers with subway and bus fares, and now has well over 300,000 enrollees. We are also building awareness to other valuable programs, such as our partnership with ID NYC and the MTA's critically important Omni initiative. You'll be happy to hear that our special Omni brochures have been moving like hotcakes, with more than 500,000 disseminated throughout the system. Shout out to Gene Ribeiro for that and all their help. Okay, and moving to what technology and platforms we're using in enabling action on customer feedback. In 2022, we updated and modernized our customer relationship management CRM system, powered by Salesforce, who is a real big leader in CRM technology, which we named CASI, our shorthand on customer assistance system. CASI has really improved the way we communicate with our customers, utilizing a wide array of channels. This allows for a quicker resolution of incidents and sharing concerns for operating departments throughout the MTA. Additionally, at our contact centers, we implemented a new CCAS platform, which stands for Contact Center as a Service, powered by Genesis, a leading software platform which also integrates with our CASI CRM system. This offers customers a more interactive session while allowing our phone agents to help our customers faster. Furthermore, the integration of these systems gives us a broader view of the customer, allowing us to identify and tie their experiences together while traveling across the MTA system. We have already seen improvements to the customer experience. At the New York City Transit Contact Center, average wait time is down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. In previous years, averages had reached as high as 9 minutes. Railroad wait times are even lower at less than 1 minute. For customer engagement, average days to case resolution improved significantly for New York City Transit and Metro North, 33% and 14% 8% faster, comparing 23 to 21, while Long Island Railroad held relatively steady while managing a much higher volume of feedback. All three agencies were within their 14-day average case resolution threshold. And get this, the majority of the cases, 57%, were resolved within a day or two. This investment we made in technology are a win for the MTA and its customers. We are happy to be utilizing a platform that allows us to see emerging concerns earlier and fix those problems before they evolve into bigger ones. So our focus going forward is the department will continue to advocate for the customer, ensuring that our customers are central to all our decision making, and we will continue to build on the leverage new technology to quickly identify emerging trends and achieving deeper analysis into insights of the customer. We will continue to ensure that management and supervision have access to CASI and new dashboard and reporting tools to better monitor and managing calls and cases. We will also expand our outreach efforts to retain and boost ridership, find innovative ways to reach customers, foster goodwill, and offer products and services that will help them go that extra miles. In conclusion, I'd like to acknowledge some of the stars from the video and our leadership team from Customer Services who are here today. Please stand up. Colette Anderson, the Director of New York City Transit Contact Center. She's got her valuable agents there, Echo, Garvey, Tom Nispecco, Director of MTA Engagement, CIT managers, Lisa Lee closes the loops, handles all those escalation. Now Jennifer Benepi, she's the Director of QA and the dynamo behind our QA pods training, which is getting a lot of traction. Not here today is Gabrielle Alcino, the Director of the Contact Centers over at the railroads, and her team oversees train time chat. And by the way, that's the fastest growing channel for railroad customer feedback and interactions. Connie DePalma, our Senior Advisor in Customer Services, handles Omni, Fair Fares, IDNYC outreach and special projects. And Ed Dumas, who pretty much does a lot of the executive correspondence, outreach programs, and special projects as well. Collectively, our team here has a remarkable 150 plus years of transit experience at the MTA, which is what makes this team so special. Special thanks to all this team for their support and friendship over the years and making it probably one of the best teams to ever lead customer services at the MTA. Also, I want to take 1 second to acknowledge our partners in IT, CIS, and others, including Raf and Alex Lachter and Venkata and Jason Karate, John Hayden, Ben Grano, for steering us through the development of our CASI system in Salesforce. And of course, my colleague, Mikhail Sheik, who's acting Senior Director of Customer Experience, for his expertise there and his insight and guidance. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chris. And if you will humor us for one more aspect of the customer team, Kevin Call, please, Senior Director of Customer Communications.
Thank you, Chris and Shanifa, and thank you, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Kevin Call, Senior Director of Service Communications at the MTA. Service communications, we're responsible for the real-time and planned service communications for the subway, bus, and commuter rail network. This includes the real-time service alerts you find on the websites, our apps, third-party apps, screens, social media, et cetera, et cetera. The last 12 months, we issued 84,000 service updates. We also do planned service changes as well as temporary construction signage and wayfinding. So if you go downstairs and you see what's at Bowling Green, that's also us. We're also responsible for social customer care. So if you've reached out to us on X, aka Twitter, WhatsApp, iMessage, Facebook, those are also these teams. We converse with New Yorkers in more than 120 languages, and in the last 12 months, we had 125,000 conversations. When we're not doing that, we love to work on projects, and I want to tell you about 3 of them briefly. Thank you. So this first one, earlier this summer, we piloted giving customers instant delay resumption estimates for instances where someone has been struck by a train. These are tragic incidents, and they're pretty disruptive on our operation. And I think we've all been in a situation where you go down in the system, you see service isn't running, and you have to make this decision: do I stay and wait it out? Do I find alternate means to get to where I'm going? And clearly, there's got to be a better way for customers to make this decision. So we partnered with MTA Strategic Initiatives, who did they analyzed 2 years of these incidents and gave us average resumption times that we've been plugging into our customer comms. You're going to see more of these appear in more places as we become more confident in the model, but right now they are appearing on screens during some daytime hours where we have the right coverage. Here's an example of a screen message, so no service until at least 1 o'clock p.m. It's about setting expectations for customers, and it's something they've been asking for us for a long time, so it's pretty exciting to deliver on that. Next, weekend service diagrams. We really love maps here, so we've been working with a few teams, operations planning and marketing production, to create weekend service diagrams that show when and how service is running on the weekend. This involved, establishing concurrence on the symbology we use to represent these changes, and then coming up with the workflow to produce, QA, and distribute these maps. And in the next quarter, you're going to see a real expansion of where we place these as we sort of harness the full power of our digital screen network. But we really love this product. And the last one, we've been working on setting up the MTA's next generation customer relationship management system, Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Marketing Cloud is the premier digital marketing platform used by some of the biggest companies around the world. Think American Express, Amtrak, every major airline. It's pretty exciting to apply something powerful like this to what we do here at the MTA. And it's going to start delivering something that I think we've all wanted, which is proactive notifications about when and where service is running or is not running, and what the MTA is doing to make your ride better. So that you don't need to be in the system to find out what's going on. You can get this from the comfort of your home. So you're familiar with a couple of these products perhaps already. Last year we launched the MTA Weekender, which is a weekly newsletter that outlines the major service changes around the system. I'm thrilled to say it has a 91% customer satisfaction rating, which is just very, very high for us. And I want to thank Amy Plitt and James Giovanni for all of their work in setting this up. We also launched earlier this summer MTA service alerts, so the ability to get the service alerts that my team produces sent directly to your phone via text and email, so that you know what to expect from us before you set out the door in the morning. So I want to briefly thank a few folks, including John Coffin and Jed Poster from Strategic Initiatives for their assistance with the instant delay range pilot, President Davey and Demetrius Critchlow for their partnership and support, Moises Funes from my team, who led the implementation. For the mapping project, I want to thank Artie Zhang, Gene Ribeiro, Steve Flam, Conrad Hardy, and James Iannasi for putting together this amazing product. And for Marketing Cloud, I really want to thank Ralph Portnoy, Alex Lochter, Chris Casey from MTIT for their support, and Amy Plitt and Tyler Scow, my partners in crime that have been helping me architect and set up this system.
Okay. This is amazing, and I want to give board members a chance to, hey, did you have a comment, question you want to make?
You answered mine.
Okay.
You guys run the My MTA app, right? I'm sorry.
We work closely with them, and we create the service information that is used by the app downstream.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Okay. Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. I must admit I'm startled when I'm in the subway on the weekends when that happens by the magnitude of the effort to just see the signage when you make changes for repair. I'd actually love maybe just some quick stats or just some sense to qualify and quantify the effort it required. I don't mean to actually do the service, but to communicate the service, the tens and thousands of flyers that must go up, all the tape that must be put up. I'm sort of stunned sometimes. I don't actually think I realize all the time what kind of work is required, not to do the work, but to communicate the work. Can you just give us some sense of what effort is required to do that? Because it must be thousands of employees with an extraordinary amount of coordination.
Sure, it's a massive operation. It's a factory of planned service changes that happens on a week-by-week basis. So there are teams that get the service plans from OP, translate them into customer-facing language, then think about how the service plans are adjacent to one another and line up, and how a customer would, experience them in the system. Then, we put together the posters, we QA, we print, and they go to traffic checking on a weekly basis. And there are folks whose job is to put up the new flyers, take down the old ones. And if you look closely on the flyers, you can see at the bottom a code that says, take up, take down. And this happens week by week.
I was going to say there's an army of traffic checkers that report to Judy, actually, that actually go out and put up that signage. So we do work closely with the customer comms team. It's an extraordinary effort, to your point, Neil, which is why the coming map that was displayed, we're really excited about in transit, because hopefully it will reduce the need to put up all those posters, and actually we can get real-time maps up for our customers. I think that's going to be a game changer.
Well, this is the aforementioned Judy of Paris. Yeah, okay. Well,
Indeed.
Hopefully we have a plan after she comes back, or doesn't come back, I guess. So, and by the way, that was a layup question, by the way, if you didn't notice. But I've already previously complimented our incredible app. I mean, it is. I'll just say one more time for the public. It is unbelievable. You can pull into a station, open up the app, and before the doors open, when service connectivity comes back in, you can know whether it's better to get off the platform to change the next train, or stay on where you are. That is an extraordinary world-class app, I'll tell you.
Super appreciate the presentation and the work that it reflects. Nothing's more important than making sure we're doing a good job of customer communications and making people feel confidence in our system, not just for the quality of service, but the answers that they get. So Shanifa, and to everybody in the team, and I think Chris and Kevin have managed to name most of them, but for everybody, just a big thank you. We're going to hear from Lizette next month about the people organization. I just want to say that, again, the customer comms that you heard about, that operation, is the result of a successful transformation adaptation. A lot of people in Chris's group and Kevin's group actually took on new roles because they were squishing together customer communications operations from all these separate agencies and railroad and bus operations. They created a new organization, and you can see that they're really firing on all cylinders. So that's a transformation success story, and we're going to keep focusing on that. So with that, if there are no other comments, I'm going to move on to the more routine business of the day. For committee reports and other board minutes, board business first, the minutes of the July board meeting and from each committee have been distributed to the members. Are there any corrections or omissions? None at this time. Hearing none. Are the minutes approved? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Minutes are approved. Mr. Mack, can you give us the Bridges and Tunnels report?
Good morning. Well, afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chair Lieber, the Bridges and Tunnels Committee met on Monday, and there are no items for the board to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Railroads, Board Member Chu.
Mr. Chair, the Joint Railroad Committee met Monday and reports the following. There is one non-competitive item for Metro-North Railroad for $8.6 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second.
Mr. Mack, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
This concludes the Joint Railroad Committee report.
Transit, Ms. Mahaltzis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The New York City Transit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There was one modification to a personal service contract for prognostic maintenance services in the amount of $3.3 million. The committee considered this item, however, there was no quorum present. Today we seek the board approval of this item.
I'll make a motion. May I have a second? Second, Ms. Soren. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
This concludes the New York City Transit Committee report.
Blanca Lopez, would you deliver the Capital Committee report, please?
Will do. Good afternoon. The Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development had 6 actions, which includes 2 competitive and 4 ratification items, totaling $438.3 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
This concludes the Capital Program Committee report.
Mr. Zuckerman, the Finance Committee.
Thank you, sir. If you'll indulge me for 1 second, because when you gave your intro remarks, you said something very quickly, but I want to just highlight it, which is this re-rating from Moody's is a very big deal. And I want to thank Kevin and his whole team for doing that. I don't think everyone realizes the value of that. Just some quick math for everyone. Basically, when you get re-rated, you get about 17 basis points on average across different tranches of debt. And that equates to about $1.7 million for every billion we borrow. That's real savings in our pocket just by actually having a really clear plan. So from the governor, the legislature, Jano, and Kevin, your team, that's real money, real savings, and it's not just paperwork. It's not just something theoretical. It's real and it's real value. So thank you, Kevin, for that work. And with that, I'll continue with the business, which is the Finance Committee met Monday and reports the following. There was one action for board approval. The item seeks approval to establish a budget and take the steps necessary to finalize the procurement of our owner-controlled insurance program known as OSIP that Jamie described earlier. The committee recommends this action, and I move it.
Second.
I second.
Ms. Lopez, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Okay, there are 3 procurement items this month, 2 competitive and 1 non-competitive, for a total of $19 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
Finally, there are 6 real estate items this month. The items include 2 administrative items for MTA headquarters and 4 transactional items. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Thank you. The real estate items are approved.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the Finance Committee report.
Okay, this concludes today's agenda items. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Ms. Soren, second Ms. Lopez, all in favor? We are adjourned.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk up the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light-duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors, we make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, you know, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here, we sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, you know, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, you know, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you know? You don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go to our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC. And then from there, going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off, so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
look. Thank you. Could you come sit in the front, Chris? No, I mean, down here with the members of the Third Estate. So we had a great board meeting. I thrilled. Record ridership. I was able to announce. Literally got that news in the middle of the board meeting, and we've got an uptick in how the Wall Street bond rating agencies are looking at us, largely because of what the governor was able to accomplish with the budget. And we heard a lot of, I think, important progress on accessibility, the whole ADA elevator program, and also customer communications, which is not something the MTA has been known for historically, but I think we've made enormous progress. So I was thrilled at what we were able to hear about today. And with that, it's Minton time.
Let's start today with Michelle Caskey of Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hey, Jano, thank you.
Hi.
So just wondering, earlier in the meeting you had mentioned sort of a time frame of, with congestion pricing, that there would be another period where the public could weigh in, where there'd be a public comment period. So given that, I mean, where do you think you are in terms of, because the board, the Transportation Mobility Review Board has yet to come up with an actual structure that they can propose to you guys, to the full board. MTA has been saying for a while now that congestion pricing, drivers will actually start paying it spring of 2024, second quarter. How realistic is that time frame for you now? Are you thinking more summertime? Are you thinking more?
Again, I think it is realistic. The process that I described to you and that you just referred to was factored into the schedules that we've been talking about. So the SAPA process, State Administrative Procedures Act, which has those hearings in it, is included in what we shared with you about projecting that we would be implementing congestion pricing in May, in all probability.
Mm-hmm.
So it is included.
What's your alternative plan, Plan B, if you're not getting that revenue stream, that new revenue stream, as soon as the MTA is anticipating?
But we are planning that we're going to get it. And
but what's the plan if you're not getting it as soon as starting?
Well, we've said if you're talking about a month or so, that does not impact. I think I've explained this before, but the point is we need that money so that we can award contracts in anticipation of the revenues being there when we need it for cash flow reasons. We don't need the money next spring or summer. We need the confidence that the revenue's coming so that we can do the bonding, so that we can pay projects which will be built over the next several years. So it's a month or so is not the issue, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, but you do.
Now, if we don't, we have been clear that if congestion pricing were not to be implemented for some reason, it impacts on all of the projects that remain to be done. We have about $20 million of state of good repair projects and what we call core projects, including things like the ADA upgrades to existing stations. So those could be implemented if the $15 billion from congestion pricing were to be unavailable entirely. But the exact timing is not a matter of huge controversy for us.
But in order to bond off of that new revenue stream, there needs to be a history of it. There needs to be, I'm not an expert on this, but at least
we factored that.
Months.
I just want to reassure you, we have factored that into everything that we said about this.
Okay.
That assuming the system goes into effect next spring, that will allow us to move forward with awarding contracts consistent with the capital program's schedule. I just want to reassure you that has been factored in, including what you just referred to, which is real, which is the time it will take before we can have the track record that Wall Street, when you do the bonds, will accept. So it is factored in.
All right, we're going to move forward on the Zoom equipment. We've got Andrew Siff of WNBC. Andrew, live from looks like a subway station. Is that possible, Andrew? Good afternoon.
And I just want to add one thing, which is just reassure you, like the physical infrastructure for congestion pricing is 25 to 30% built already. We've all been hearing, news of yard arms going in and all of that infrastructure. We're well underway on the physical construction.
All right, Andrew is doing a live shot there from Bedford Avenue on the L. I think you can see it on the Zoom.
A busy station recently made ADA accessible. Andrew Sif.
But it's also very near one of the free bus routes that stops in Williamsburg, the B60, and that begins on Sunday. So I have two questions. One question is, how concerned are you that just hearing free buses, one in each borough, there may be sort of a disconnect among the ridership, and this will lead to a lot of people assuming their bus is free and more fare beating?
Well, one thing we've done is to make it very clear to anybody who's getting on a bus which are and aren't the free buses. So we have this whole signage both on the front of the bus and on the side, and we've covered the Omni validator and the MetroCard swiping infrastructure. So it's very clear to people which are and aren't the free buses. And we also chose routes in part, not exclusively, based on which ones wouldn't overlap with routes that were still paid routes. So yeah, there are 5 free buses. I think New Yorkers are smart. They're not going to hear there's one free bus per borough and then assume that the whole system is free. But we've taken the steps to make sure that nobody's confused.
And what would you say to New Yorkers, to the rest of the ridership, hoping that the pilot is successful? How realistic is it that buses could become free citywide?
Okay, Andrew, you broke up a little bit, but I think the end of it was, how realistic is it that all buses could become free? A question to that effect.
Well, that's certainly not part. We're thrilled with the budget that we were able to achieve with the governor's leadership. That there's no room for losing a couple $2 billion of bus revenue in that plan right now. There are 5 free buses, and we gave our commitment, and we're executing on it, that we would implement those as the legislature act, and that we're doing our best to get information from the free bus routes to see what we can all learn about it. But there's no money in the MTA budget for suddenly giving up bus revenue.
And back here at the world headquarters of the MTA, from the New York Times, Ms. Anna Lay. Anna.
Hey, Jenna. I wanted to see if you could address something that came up during public comment about Access-a-Ride. Of course, there's cost-cutting measures right now that the MTA is carrying out, including having people, book their trips through the app for Access-a-Ride instead of through a call center. And I'm curious about what you might respond in relation to the concerns about it being harder for people that don't know how to use it or for whatever reason have a hard time with it.
Well, Chris Greif over there is waving at the app, and he uses it, right? So, listen, Chris and Rich, come on up. Listen, the basics are the performance of Access-a-Ride as measured by on-time performance, dramatic improvement, no shows, which are the big problems for. I mean, we heard about from the podium for a long time, are down to no shows are down to, I think, what? 0.3%?
In July, it was exactly, yes.
0.3% in July. So you're talking about a system that is showing up on time and has dramatically cut the incidents, that horrible scenario where somebody's left on the curb and no vehicle shows up. So we're thrilled with the performance of Access-a-Ride, and which includes, Anna, you know this, but 70% of Access-a-Ride trips now are not in the blue and white vans. They're in for-hire vehicles that we've brought into the system. So that means fewer stops and hopefully a better ride, for a more convenient ride. And otherwise, this system is, dramatically improved as measured, most important, by customer satisfaction stats. So we're thrilled with how things are going. Chris, would you care to comment further on the specifics about the app?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question about the app.
In the past year, we've been able to double our usage of the app, so more and more people are using it to book their trips. And we've got a great team here at MTA who's been taking in customer feedback, as well as being able to see the performance of the app to make improvements, to make it more usable, get more features in there, and really just help our customers book more trips online in an easier way.
But if anybody wants to continue to book their trip the conventional way through the phone, that's always available as an option. That hasn't been reduced in any way.
I guess more broadly, my curiosity is about, whether any of the cost-cutting measures that you're carrying out are going to affect the customer experience, the rider experience.
Which ones are you talking about?
Well, this is one example that I'm pointing to, but just in general, right? Like you're trying to save money, and so I'm curious if any of that.
None of the Rich, why don't you come to the podium? The cost savings that we've talked about, which the efficiencies that we were obligated to do in the budget, do not include cutting service to accessoride customers. Period. End. Go ahead.
No, I mean, Jano's right. The answer is no. I mean, we've been focused on more efficiencies. We've talked about a few already, Anna. I mean, the one you're pointing out is obviously the app, and that would be a potential cost savings. But again, that's not an elimination of the phone option. I think one of our customers is waving at us right now, Christopher, saying he likes the app. So, and his mom. So that's two out of two in the room. But in all seriousness, this is the proverbial win-win, right? We're actually improving customer satisfaction and improving the way the customer can book their ride, and being able to reduce a little cost. I think it's maybe $2 to $4 million, but the paratransit budget's $500 million. So this is a very, very small part of our overall goal, which, as you know, we've said it a million times that Jano's holding us to, is 70% customer satisfaction across the three modes by mid next year. That includes cost savings, and we think we can do both.
All right, we're going to move on to AM New York's own Ben Brockfeld on the Zoom equipment standing by. Ben, good afternoon.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Jano. Sorry I can't be there in person today. First question, I wanted to ask about the free bus pilot. So I just wanted to ask, how is the MTA getting the word out about this? And are you preparing for additional capacity on those lines? Or is the MTA just like sticking a sticker or a label on that says free and just seeing how many people show up?
Well, I'll answer the second question, then maybe Rich can come to help. But none of the buses, the lines that were selected, have more than 40% ridership relative to capacity. So there's plenty of room on those, and that's one of the things we're going to look at, is to see who is riding. Are we attracting new customers? That's one of the goals of the project. But Rich, would you add to that?
Sure, definitely. And then you might even ask, how are we measuring customer, ridership? Because we're not going to be taking taps or fares. We'll have automated passenger counters, that bus fleet out there. So we'll be able to see, is there an uptick of ridership on those 5 routes? So we're not merely sticking a sticker on the buses. In fact, we mentioned this at a board meeting a few months ago. We didn't want to create a micro fleet. It just makes it harder for the bus team to get service out every day. So what we both developed in-house, and then we'll have signage on the bus as well. But it takes an operator about 90 seconds to change the signage from a free bus route to a normal bus route. So it'll be the digital signs in the front and the side of the bus. We'll also have covers on top of the Omni machine, so it's very clear. So, long story short, I think we'll have, good coverage. I'm sure there'll be some, customers that will, need a little, tutorial in the coming days. Your help, the media's help, is one, and obviously we'll have lots of information on our website, on our apps, et cetera. But, we're prepared. And as Jano said, we welcome the ridership. We've got a lot of room on those vehicles, but we'll monitor it closely and see if we have to add service.
One other question, if I may. So on Captain Rinaldi stepping down from LIRR, I wanted to ask, do you think, so it's been 18 months that she headed both railroads. Do you think that the railroads were, as like a class of things within the MTA, do you think they were run more efficiently under one person versus two?
There definitely have been real advantages to having somebody who knows both railroads, looking at them in different aspects side by side. And that's one of the reasons that we're part of what Kathy is going to continue to do is to advise us on cross-railroad efficiencies and helping to advise us as we move into the commuter railroad contract negotiations.
All right, speaking of Long Island, we're going to head out east to Alfonso Castillo with Newsday. Looks like he's working out of the home office today. Alfonso, good afternoon.
Hello. Got a couple questions, railroad related. On the situation with Kathy and now Rob, can you give any update on long-term plans to appoint a permanent president? Might that be Rob? Do you now begin a search for a permanent president?
We've begun a search. Rob absolutely will be considered if he wants to be.
Okay. Do you have a timeline in mind for filling that?
I think we're, at this point, we sort of set an outside time of 6 months.
Okay. Secondly, on Monday, Rob talked a bit about the Long Island Railroad's on-time performance, and I think was acknowledged that it's fallen quite a bit since March when Grand Central Madison opened. I was looking at some of the numbers, and it looks like delays have more than doubled since the year before the opening of Grand Central Madison. Is this indicative of the railroad potentially having a bit off more than it can chew and maybe stretching itself too thin with the opening of Grand Central Madison and some of the issues that have come up since then?
And I think a service increase of that scale, 40%, does not, especially since you're operating with a lot of new infrastructure through key choke points like Harold interlocking and pushing a lot more capacity and throughput through those choke points. I'm unsurprised that it's taken us a little while to adjust and adapt and figure out how to manage 900 trains a day, 900 plus trains a day instead of 600 plus trains a day. But that's something that everybody is closely focused on and will continue to be. Kathy, anything to add?
All right, then let's move on in the room here to Steve Nesson from WNYC and Gothamist. Steve, good afternoon.
Hi, Jano. If you don't mind, I just have like 2.5 questions, and one of them's just a quick follow-up.
You have to appeal to Minton. He's
just a quick follow-up to Michelle's question. You talked a lot about congestion pricing, but you didn't say like a deadline that you need to get the tolling prices from the Traffic Mobility Review Board. Is there a deadline for that, like the latest?
We're anticipating that in the month of October.
Is there a latest date you could get that,
well,
though?
We're not negotiating. I'm anticipating it. We've been in touch, and everybody's, I think we're very confident that will happen in the month of October.
Cool. And just to follow up on congestion pricing, I know you guys are improving or adding service on certain subway lines, but I haven't heard about changes to buses necessarily. And as you know, London added like 300 buses before it went into effect. And connected to that, do you think? My real question though is like, do you think the city is pulling its weight? I know the mayor's management report came out this week, and they did like 7 miles of bus lanes, which is not going to help you guys. So do you think the city's not pulling its weight and getting ready for congestion pricing?
Well, I think one thing I would say before I'll let Rich answer a little more is what that mayor's management report also showed, and one of the tabs highlighted it, is a dramatic slowdown in response times for ambulances, for fire trucks, and for police vehicles. And it really showed, how urgent the need for congestion pricing, doing something about congestion, and it undergirded the rationale for congestion pricing. We are hoping, and expecting to, part of the plan to speed up, buses is definitely some of the things that the city controls. We work closely with them. At the end of the day, they do have decision-making authority on some of those variables. But we successfully moved with the legislature to get the power to do bus lane camera enforcement much more broadly than in the past. So we're doing everything possible to impact on the things that we can control, and we're hoping and expecting that the city will be able to continue their work on that as well. Rich, bus speeds?
Just a maybe refine the point. So in terms of being ready for congestion pricing, right? So we have capacity in both subway and bus, right? We would welcome those, tens of thousands of folks back to a system that, while we're excited about where ridership is headed, even with unpaid ridership, we still have lots of capacity on bus and subway to welcome those folks back. Again, we'll monitor it closely, but that's that's where we are at. And then, of course, you also know too, we continue to do our due diligence for the Queens and bus and Brooklyn redesigns. Those will be next year. And we expect, we're hopeful that that'll be adding some service as well. Again, not related to the issues of congestion pricing per se, but that's what our customers are asking for. So we're weighing all that, Steve.
All right, we gotta move forward, but we may stay on topic here, Steve, because we're going to go to Streets blog. Dave Cologne, you got Streets in the title. What's on your mind, Dave? Good afternoon.
I don't know if I've ever heard us referred to quite in that cadence. Jano, I do have a couple congestion pricing related questions for you. At the last TMRB meeting that was held, there was a lot of discussion about toll credits for the already tolled crossing, especially when it comes to drivers in New Jersey. And a lot of the discussion from the MTA at least seemed to be that it was going to be something that benefited New Jersey drivers if the tunnels were credited. So, I mean, I'm just curious, why shouldn't everyone entering the CBD pay the same amount when it comes to congestion pricing? And do you think that it's important they all pay the same amount towards the congestion fee?
Listen, I'm going to pass on the opportunity to comment on that. We're in the middle of the TMRB process. They're obviously chewing on that. I want to give them a chance to come to a conclusion on what they recommend before I start commenting or our board starts taking positions on things they're still examining.
Okay. And then I had another one also a little bit following up on Steve. People do talk a lot about the London congestion pricing, specifically adding buses, not just adding subway service or redesigning the bus routes to make sure that there's a little bit more service that way. Does the MTA have any specific plans? Do they have any engine? Do they have any capacity to specifically add X number of buses? London added 300. Everybody always says for specifically when congestion pricing starts, more express buses, more local buses, what have you.
So Dave, in fairness, they implemented the congestion pricing not coming out of the heels of a global pandemic where, ridership dropped, here by 90%. We're back up to maybe 70, 75%. So I think that London, respectfully, is not a good comparison because of that just basic fact. I think, if you look, and I know you look at our, our projections in terms of folks who are coming to the central business district and the percentage of folks we think will come out of their cars or single occupancy vehicle and into transit is like in the tens of thousands. We have, this week, 2 weeks ago, we were running 3.6 million people on the subway. Yesterday we ran 4.1 without missing a beat. And the same is true on buses. We were carrying in the summer 1.2, 1.3 million. We've hit 1.5 million bus customers again without missing a beat in the last few days. So, I am very confident that if we have, tens of thousands of folks coming back into our system next spring, great, but we will monitor it too. And by the way, the bus redesigns are not just about moving routes. As I teased, with Steve earlier, it's also about adding service, as we did in the Bronx, as we did for Staten Island, as we did in Manhattan, and as we expect to do for the next two boroughs.
All right, we move on to Nolan Hicks of the New York Post.
Hey, so early in your tenure, you gave an interview to the New York Times where you described portions of the authority's project management process as broken and self-defeating. You said, and I quote, "We have to do a much better job. We're relying on these consultants to run our project, and we're not getting results out of them." 6 years in, how would you grade your performance on that score?
I think we've done well. What we took was, first of all, Nolan, you know this. When we created construction and development, there were 4 or 5 separate capital construction organizations spread around the MTA with completely different standards of how they did projects. A lot of the work was the old way of when you the people, the in-house people were designing projects. They were designing them to 100%. They were designing the same pump room that they'd done since 1993, and then they'd hand it over to a bunch of consultants, and the projects wouldn't be managed by MTA professionals, and we didn't have that much construction management expertise. We have established, we have pushed to a different model. One, less in-house design and using design build. I think you know the difference. And also to create a system, what we call project CEOs, so that accountability rests with the MTA people who are overseeing the projects. And we are recruiting more and more construction management professionals to be part of the MTA because we want MTA people. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't include consultants, because there isn't, this is not a commodity market. The United States in general has a shortage of engineers and construction professionals. And in New York, we can't afford every construction professional we might like to have on staff. But we've created a system with this project CEO of focusing accountability on an MTA professional, somebody who answers to the MTA centralized construction development organization. So I think we've done pretty well, but it's still a work in progress. And Jamie has continued to advance down that path using both the tool of having a project CEO and creating real project accountability, but also to use the tools of design build to have the MTA doing less design and more focus on the staging and management of construction and the execution of the project. Now, I understand that your view, involves us hiring, thousands more, but we have moved in the direction of having more in-house construction expertise and more in-house construction accountability.
Most of that answer focused on most of that answer focused on pushing projects through the pipeline. I'm wondering about sort of the state of the projects that make it into the pipeline, not to be accused of dwelling again, but over-design does seem to be sort of a rather common thematic appearance, and I'm wondering why it keeps happening 6 years in.
Well, again, I think you and I probably agree more. One of the things that I said when I was in charge of construction development is the MTA historically has had a habit, because they were so much the biggest transit operator, of over-customizing. So we've actually, did some work on looking at the specific design standards for very, up and down componentry and aspects of, different engineering aspects of the project, to see if we were looking at opportunities to become more conventional in the rest of the world, and in so doing save money, so that you didn't have to have something that was bespoke every time you did an MTA project, which obviously adds cost. So I think you and I agree, probably. It sounds like more. Jamie, would you like to talk about that more?
Just to say that not to get too technical, but we don't want to confuse design and planning. So as the chair is saying, our goal is, once we have a project and we decide we're proceeding with it, that's where we can make the biggest difference of not over-designing, not over-customizing, make sure that we're doing the basic work of putting that together, and then get it out to the market through design build and let the experts come and execute that project for us. We also do planning for the long term and think about the long-term viability of projects. And for that, you want to be as conservative as you can, because you have to make decisions on a level playing field and make sure that, using scarce taxpayer resources, we don't go and trigger a project. We don't start a project unless we're pretty conservative about where we're going. That doesn't mean that a conservative assumption made in planning in any way becomes the design of a project. And that's really, I think, the mistake that you're making.
All right, we got to go. Michael Oreskes has been patient from Strauss News Group. He's on the Zoom equipment right out in front. Michael.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tim. Actually, let me ask a question on the very interesting story Nolan had this morning. The story described a report by the MTA and presumably by your partner railroads analyzing alternatives for accommodating the increased rail traffic after the new Hudson River Tunnel is finished. Since all three of those alternatives involve major expansion of the station, either to the south or to the north, does that mean that you've concluded that the other alternative, sometimes shorthanded as through running, isn't adequate to accommodate all the additional traffic?
No, and one thing I have to, since you raised the question of Nolan's story this morning, and Nolan's sitting right here, I just need to be clear about one thing. We are not involved with the design of the Penn expansion project. It is underway. It's the project of Amtrak and New Jersey Transit. The expansion, if and when it happens, is a gateway second or third phase project, and we're not involved with that. The only way that the MTA has been drawn into this is because there needs to be an initial, this is an environmental law technicality, an initial determination of some kind by the environmental overlords that Penn reconstruction is its own project and can move forward separately. So we're not involved in the expansion. I think, you know, Minton and McCarthy, who are usually highly capable, failed in their effort to convey this to our friend Mr. Hicks. But I just want to be very clear. The expansion is not an MTA project, and we're not involved with it. And it's going forward. We're not paying a dime for it. We're not participating in any way.
Although, if I might, the question of through running would involve the Long Island Railroad and the New Jersey Transit in a huge way changing their relationship.
But the determination, yeah, I mean, but I think we will have to get through that. I think Amtrak and New Jersey Transit are the ones who are responsible for making that evaluation and ultimately presentation through the environmental process.
All right, next up is Arthur Chen of Fox 5. Arthur, on the Zoom right there in front of you.
You almost forgot where I was from. Thanks, Tim. My question is about bus lanes. Currently, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but currently, how many requests are in from the MTA to the city for the city to commit to bus lanes? It's worked on 14th Street, 23rd Street, First Avenue, Madison Avenue. Just trying to get an idea of, are there more bus lanes that the MTA wants that would help it move more efficiently, especially given the opportunity congestion pricing will present when drivers may be looking for other alternatives? If their bus line moves very slowly, I would imagine you'd be concerned that that wouldn't be an incentive for them to come onto your buses. So how many bus lanes, about how many requests are in with the city, and how are they doing?
Okay, so I'll have to get back to you on the numbers, but the big picture is the mayor held a summit over at Gracie Mansion, over at City Hall, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and I was there, and the announcement was we were going to do 150 miles of bus lanes in his 4 years. That means like 37, 38. We're not hitting that goal right now. We have made proposals. It's a joint process with City DOT. We have identified opportunities for bus lanes, and you're right, Arthur, different parts of the city that would allow us to hit 35 to 40 miles of new bus lanes per year. But so far, the city process has not yielded those approvals. So we are very much in favor of more bus lines, trying to make good on the mayor's commitment to 150 miles in his term. But at the end of the day, the streets are the province of the city of New York, and they have final say on whether a bus lane is going to be built.
So you said at the meeting, you gave the numbers for why the MTA is ready to accommodate the flow of drivers. Would it be fair to say you're a little bit concerned about whether or not the city is ready?
No, I don't know if that connection was made exactly in the way you're describing, Arthur. I think what we've said is we have plenty of capacity on subway and bus for the, literally somewhere between 25 and 100,000 people who are projected to come onto transit as a result of congestion pricing. We have plenty of capacity today. But we would also like to make the whole bus system a lot faster and a lot more attractive for all New Yorkers. And we're pushing forward with bus lanes as part of a multi-pronged strategy, including redesigning the routes so that you can get faster from A to B and not get caught in some choke point, and also doing bus lane camera enforcement, so people are blocking the bus lane, get a ticket, and they don't do it again. So we want to make buses a lot faster, and it's especially important from an equity standpoint. There are lots of neighborhoods, and they're mostly working class and middle class communities where people don't use the rail system. They don't have easy access to the rail system, and buses are their principal form of mass transit. For those folks, we need to make it faster.
All right, wrapping up the questioning today will be Evan Simcoe Bednarski of the New York Daily News. Evan.
Good afternoon, Jenna. How you doing? So to get back to buses for a second, but to take it away from congestion pricing, do you have any update from the city as to the state of the Fordham Road project since the summer?
No.
Okay. Another quick question. You mentioned arrests and summonses for fare evasion. They've gone up, pretty markedly over the past year. I'm sure you guys are keeping data on this. Is there a sense of what that means for losses due to fare evasion this year over last year, which was fairly significant?
Yeah, listen, it's premature to show exact causal to even, try to analyze the causal relationships. But we have a bigger fare evasion problem on subways, and we are reacting to it in part, together with the NYPD, by increasing fare evasion enforcement. It's also that we've come up with a menu of, I think, new and creative ideas about how we can discourage fare evasion. You know this stuff, but we really pushing the Fair Fares program out there. So fare evasion is never a crime of poverty. Looking at the physical aspects of our fare array, especially those exit gates that seem to be encouraging or inviting opportunistic fare evasion, and in addition to targeted enforcement. So we're taking action there. We're also expanding our fare evasion enforcement to buses. Up to now, there hasn't been fare evasion enforcement meaningful on local buses. We're looking to do it and to try to reestablish the principle that everybody's got to pay, but do it in a way that is not doesn't have some of the downsides of having it done by uniformed armed officers. So we're taking that approach with the Eagle teams.
Are those Eagle teams ready to go in anticipation of the free bus?
We've started it. We started it. Rich.
Yeah, we started last week, actually. So last Tuesday, we started Eagle Team, a local enforcement at Kips Bay, the Staten Island Ferry Terminal, and downtown Brooklyn. Last I was told, which was Monday morning, we had written 500 summonses, given out lots of warnings to individuals, and that will continue, with the support of NYPD.
And I just want to say something. Before we start fare evasion enforcement actions that are new, we're getting out and trying to spend a week or two with heavy outreach to let people know that this is coming. So everybody, to the extent that there was some behavior that people got accustomed to doing during COVID, especially when we had the front of the bus shut down, we're trying to remind folks that we're back in payment mode. And that message, it's important to us not to just start the enforcement without some warning, encouragement, and education.
All right, thanks, Jenna. Rich, one more thing?
Yeah, just importantly, so Jenna's right. We prefaced the enforcement starting last week with about a month, maybe 45 days of that information. So we waited until after Labor Day, knowing that students were coming back and maybe some folks who had some time off in the summer. So, but yeah, we are trying to be fair with customers, let them know. Obviously during COVID, we didn't collect fares for 9 months. That was a long time ago. The expectation is now they pay. Folks, so, depending on the circumstance, we've been, as I said, giving out warnings, but we've also given out about 500 summonses over the last week.
And since we're on this topic, and you can tell I've got a lot of brain space for fare evasion issues, gate guards. So the gate guards program is actually a money raiser. Every station that we've done it, we're able to analyze, and it's showing that it is increasing actual fare payment and reducing fare evasion, because that exit gate is the superhighway of fare evasion.
So we've been slowly rolling that out. Asked the team actually for a plan on how we can roll that a little more aggressively. We've got some headcount issues in our EMD team, but we are rolling it out. I probably won't tell you where because you'll report it and folks will know. But it is something that we can see. You know, the gates still are the big issue. Right? I mean, Jenna always calls it the superhighway fare evasion. That's true, but backhawking I think is the second most utilized technique of fare evasion. So that we hope to eliminate.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jeno, Rich, Jamie, Chris, and Kathy.
But no, you cut Nolan off, and I'm in an act.
I was directly referencing other answers.
All right.
No, I'm just saying you cut Nolan off, and I'm going to give him another chance.
Well, there you
the
go.
Spirit
Chairman's
of
prerogative. We're back to Nolan
it's
Hicks.
Early Christmas, yeah.
And it is I appreciate the holiday gift. Just if you could just walk me through your answer on the Penn Station piece one more time. So the report was authored by your consultants. It was overseen by your C&D staff. Your agency, the MTA, is listed alongside Amtrak as the sponsor of Penn expansion. So can you sort of walk me through how this isn't C&D work product?
Okay,
how this isn't an MTA report?
Okay, so I think your questions are largely rhetorical, but what I would say is the whole question of who's listed as the lead, I told you what we are. We are not. There is design going on for the expansion. We're not part of it. We're not paying for it. It's not an MTA project. We were involved. We did have to be involved because the environmental law requires this process in order to create separation between two projects that have the name Penn in them, so that we can move forward with Penn reconstruction, which is our project, which is the one we're passionate about and we're involved in. Jamie, do you have anything to add to that? That's the story, Nolan, okay?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. From Lower Manhattan, thank you.